The following is a presentation of Mount Marty Lancers football on KYNT, a Riverfront sports property. Mount Marty football on KYNT is brought to you by Les Schwab Tires, Core Trust Bank, Dakota Beverage, Aztec, Dakota Mac, Parker Hannafin, Conkling Distributing, Runza, Avera, Gerstner Oil, Mason Schramm and the Move Group, Pizza Ranch, Sherco, The Meat Lodge, Foreman Charters, Slowey Management, and Lewis and Clark Ford. Now we go live to the field with Steve Thum and Tehl Tanner for Mount Marty Lancers football on KYNT.
It's a late Saturday afternoon, but you know what that means. College football right here on KYNT. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. We are broadcasting live from Forest City, Iowa, home of the Waldorf Warriors. That's our GPAC football matchup for today. The Warriors come in at 0-1, the Lancers 1-0. Here in the early part of the 2025 campaign. This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. Cloudy skies, winds gusting up to 20 miles per hour. Here in Forest City, it feels more like a late fall day than early September. The sun, Tehl, is supposed to poke its head out from behind the clouds in about an hour and a half or so. But this is more fall weather than late summer weather here today in Forest City.
Oh, no kidding. And I tell you what, I'll give you a look at what our situation. We're sitting out in this cold weather, as I want to say it's cold because we're feeling it right now, out on a table in the grandstands, getting comfortable with the Waldorf faithful here. Small press box in Forest City, but we got it set up. We are rolling, and we are cold. We're going to be dealing with that. I wore shorts today. I wore a short sleeve shirt, and I am suffering for these decisions, but it's all right. We are golden, and we're going to get some football on KYNT today.
I know. Well, I tell you one thing, they got a really good tailgate scene set up over here to our left. On the north side of the field here in Forest City, and we can smell those burgers and brats and hot dogs cooking as we expect the fans to come into the stadium throughout the next hour or so, as we're less than an hour away from kickoff for the second game of the year for both teams, for both the Warriors and the Lancers. Waldorf, they really struggled that last week, losing 40-0 to Northwestern. They only posted 68 yards of offense, and they lost their starting quarterback, Tehl, due to injury in that game.
Yes, they did. Their starting quarterback ends up going down the first game of the year, which is never something you want to see. As Chris Walter, the junior quarterback out of Florence, Arizona, did suffer an injury against Northwestern. We know what Northwestern is like. We know how hard they play and how hard they hit in GPAC play, and unfortunately, he is down. We will not see him today. Tate Richardson is expected to start, and I believe we've got a backup defensive back is going to be kind of their emergency third string.
Yeah, that'll be
second today.
Carson Lindsay, the freshman out of Cedar Rapids. Now, he's in our program listed as a defensive back, but that could be a misprint on that particular stat sheet. He will be the backup quarterback today for the Warriors. Meanwhile, the Lancers went on the road to Dubuque, Iowa. In case you missed that game last week, the Lancers won 37-22. They got out to a 20-0 lead in that game, and that's when the Pride offense woke up for Clark University. But fortunately for the Lancers, they were able to overcome some special teams miscues early in that contest and get some distance, get some breathing room ahead of the Pride before the Pride offense woke up.
Yeah, you talk about the special teams miscues. Unfortunately, the Lancers did have a couple of miscues, but they're all correctable, and that's the good news. They had two punts that were blocked because they were kind of dribbled back there. The snap wasn't very good, got back late. Punter really didn't have too much of a chance, knocked down two of them, and all of a sudden the Lancers gave up prime field position on back-to-back fourth downs there. So this is something they're going to want to get corrected this week when they get to that fourth down, and special teams in general got to execute.
Yes, the good news for the Lancers, they put up 447 yards of offense. Malachi Hartz dominating on the ground with 148 yards, and Rugby Riken accounting for 5 touchdowns, 4 through the air, 1 on the ground, 271 yards passing. And one of the things I know that has maybe irked some of the Lancer fans is that he was not named GPAC Offensive Player of the Week.
Yeah, it's really tough, Asaya over at Briarcliff, obviously, very good week as well.
Yeah, he had a good game, no doubt about it.
For Rugby Riken, go to 18 of 29, 271 yards through the air, 4 touchdowns, and another one on the ground. The lone blemish on the record, he did have an interception, but that interception was an end-of-half Hail Mary. That's what the interception was.
Yeah.
As time is expiring, you chuck it downfield and just a Hail Mary just to see if anybody gets it. Those are interceptions about 8 out of 10 times, as we know. So that's the only blemish, if you can even call it that.
Yeah, and the Lancer defense was pretty solid. They had a couple of breakdowns here and there, but overall, again, a lot of new starters on both sides of the line of scrimmage. The big question mark for the Lancers, how would their defense play? For the most part, pretty well. Again, a few times they had some breakdowns where Clark University got some big plays, but they held the Pride to 22 points, and they made big plays time and again on third down.
Yes, they did. They were really a stone wall, especially in that first half. When we see these block punts, Waldorf gets good field position, and they still don't get any points off of them because the Lancer defense, even though it bended a little bit at times, never broke, and they were really able to control that game.
And that sets up the matchup here for the Waldorf Warriors. We'll talk a little bit more about their struggles that they've had since they've joined the GPAC conference. And we'll talk with both head coaches coming up later on here in the Dakota Beverage pregame show. In a moment, we're going to hear from the commissioner, Corey Wester, the GPAC Saturday report. And a little bit later on, we're going to hear from one of the Lancer players. Tehl, who are we talking to today?
Jose Garcia, a senior defensive lineman out of Santa Ana, California. I really enjoyed my talk with that guy yesterday. He is a very non-traditional story when it comes to college football. Dude's 26 years old. He has a wife and kids at home. He had an injury his sophomore year of college when he was about 19 years old that they told him he'd probably never play football again. 3 years later, he was back on the field, went back to college, and now he's at Mount Marty University, about to graduate at 26 and start life after college. He's finishing up his college career. I love this guy.
It's a great story. You're going to hear more about it, and we see that more and more, and I think that's a good thing where young men and women are maybe, even outside of athletics, maybe taking a year or two off to deal with some family matters, maybe to deal from a sports standpoint with an injury, going out and getting some real-world experience, coming back to college. Nothing wrong with that. Yep. Remember, John Carlstead graduated last year, served our country in the Marine Corps, and had a great college career at Mount Marty.
Absolutely. One of the best Lancers for quite a while and a captain for a good reason.
Yes.
And Garcia, captain for a good reason.
Yep, that maturity. And sometimes, like I said, that real-world experience does pay off in a lot of places that don't show up on a stat sheet. We'll learn Jose's story in just a little bit. But first, we're going to take a 2-minute timeout. We'll come back with the GPAC Saturday Football Report. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. We're broadcasting live from Forest City, Iowa. Getting you ready for the Lancers and the Warriors. This is Mount Marty Football. You are listening to KYNT.
Craving a sip of sunshine? Meet Surfside, iced tea, green tea, or lemonade. Real flavor, real juice mixed with vodka, but only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles. Whether you're into peach tea, mango green tea, or strawberry lemonade, Surfside brings the party, smart and smooth. It's like sunshine in a can with adult approval. Must be 21 or older. Surfside, 0 bubbles, all vibes.
Farming is hard work. Between managing crops, livestock, and equipment, there's not much time left to handle financing and loans. At Dakota Mac, we can help you do the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing. Whether you're a full-time farmer, an investor, or a young and beginning farmer, we're here for you for all your ag lending needs. Let Dakota Mac help you work smarter, not harder.
Hi, it's Jeff Wolfgram from Dakota Mac. Call us at 800-682-4578 to learn how Dakota Mac products can work for you.
We've got football fever at Lewis and Clark Ford. And with the Bucks and Lancers, we got a lot to cheer about. Yankton fans are also cheering the great lineup at Lewis and Clark Ford. Our roster of brand new Fords begins with the quarterback, the F-150, the speedy receiver, the Mustang, the hard-working lineman, the Ford Super Duty truck, and the star running back, the Bronco. See our team at lewisandclarkford.com or at our playing field, 4th and Capitol, Yankton.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
This is the GPAC Football Saturday Report for Saturday, September 6th. Brought to you by the Great Plains Athletic Conference and Dakota Mac, a division of First Dakota National Bank and presenting sponsor of the GPAC Network. Welcome back to another Football Saturday around the Great Plains Athletic Conference. Let's begin today with a look at the scoreboard from Week 0 of GPAC Football. We'll begin last Thursday night where Mary defeated Midland by the final score of 28-22. And then these 6 games were played on Saturday last week around the conference. 2 matchups were league games. Northwestern defeated Waldorf by the final score of 40-0, and Hastings defeated Doane by the final score of 20-7. In non-conference football last Saturday, Briarcliff defeated St. Ambrose 35-23. Mount Marty wins at Clark 37-22. It was Benedictine over Morningside 38-34. And Dakota Wesleyan over Dakota State by the final score of 16-14. Here's your week number 1 Hoffman America Sports Football Players of the Week. On offense from Briarcliff at quarterback, Brock Saya takes the honor. Defensively, Bryce Christian from Hastings is the Player of the Week. And on special teams, Stephen Christian from Dakota Wesleyan, return specialist for the Tigers, takes this week's Hoffman America Sports Special Teams Player of the Week honors. More at gpacsports.com on those Players of the Week. That's a look back at last week around the Great Plains Athletic Conference. Coming up after the break, we'll take a look at Week 1 of GPAC Football, which includes 5 conference games. The GPAC Football Saturday Report rolls on, but first this from Dakota Mac.
When people ask what is Dakota Mac, the first thing I let people know is that it's a division of First Dakota. Always has been, hopefully always will be. And we work with bankers, most notably our First Dakota bankers and our Dakota Mac loan production offices. And then we work with producers out there to offer competitive long-term fixed-rate financing for ag producers.
Dakota Mac is a division of First Dakota National Bank. For more, go to dakotamac.com.
It's Week 1 of GPAC Football for 2025 with 5 league games on the slate this Saturday. And let's start things off in Sioux Center, where Dordt will open their season at home with a 1 o'clock kickoff against Dakota Wesleyan, who enters the game at 1-0 on the season. Midland will travel to Hastings for a 1 p.m. kick at Lloyd Wilson Field. This is for the Watchorn McLaughlin Trophy. Midland comes in at 0-1. Hastings is 1-0 on the season. The battle for the Sioux City Saddle Trophy game at Memorial Field with Briarcliff hosting Morningside. The Mustangs 0-1 and the Chargers come in at 1-0. 1 o'clock kickoff for Morningside at Briarcliff. 5 o'clock game in Forest City has Waldorf at 0-1 hosting 1-0 Mount Marty and the Lancers. And the final game for week number 1 is in Seward, Nebraska. Concordia will open their season taking on Doane, who is 0-1, 7 o'clock kickoff at Bulldog Stadium. Northwestern has the bye for week number 1 of GPAC football for this season. There was not a new NAIA Top 25 this week. Everything stays the same as last week, and Grandview continues to hold down that number 1 spot in the NAIA. Morningside at number 3, Northwestern ranked 7th, Dordt ranked 19th, and Concordia at number 21. This has been your GPAC Football Saturday Report for Saturday, September 6th. I'm Corey Westra.
Have you heard about Slowey Management's latest upgrades at the Holiday Inn Express in Yankton? Well, it's some big news. Renovations are being done on all rooms and the hotel's breakfast area. Once all the work is complete, it'll be like stepping into a brand new hotel. If you're arranging rooms for business travelers or family, they will love the incredible improvements at the Holiday Inn Express in Yankton. And as always, for competitive rates and flexible reservation changes, contact the Holiday Inn Express direct.
Looking for the easy way to travel? Well, let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. Here are some 2026 tours coming up. Experience the full-scale replica of Noah's Ark with the Ark Encounter Tour leaving in May. Visit Michigan's historic resort destination, Mackinac Island, in June. Also in June, head for the hills and the famous Medora musical. And see the Grand Canyon and other Southwest National Parks in July. For more on Foreman Charters tours, go to foremanbus.com.
Sherco, the industry leader in tarping, has done it again with the release of the all-new Sherlock E-Series electric tarp. The E-Series features fully assembled front and rear arm, a pre-wired sealed control box, and Sherco's exclusive SmartWire sealed harness for quick and easy installation. Operate the E-Series with the SureLink EZR remote or by your smartphone using the SureLink app. Add more time to your day with the Sherlock E-Series. To learn more, contact your authorized Sherco distributor or find us at Sherco.com. Demand the best. Demand Sherco.
Long day, good day, either way, Yankton Pizza Ranch makes it easy. Our buffet is always ready with fresh pizzas, mouth-watering desserts, and the country's best chicken. No waiting, no stress, just grab a plate and enjoy. So when you need comfort made simple, make today a buffet day at Yankton Pizza Ranch. Buffet every day from 11 to 8.
It's where life tastes better. Surround them up and head her down to the Pizza Ranch. Whoa, that's good.
All right, back here in the pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite. Always remember, drink responsibly. As we go now to our player profile from Lewis and Clark Ford, a proud sponsor of Mount Marty Athletics. Visit them at 4th and Capitol in Yankton or at lewisandclarkford.com. Jose Garcia, senior captain on the defensive side, we spoke with this week. Man out of California, a very non-traditional college career. Dude's 26 years old, has a wife and kids, finishing up his college career and playing football. Career derailed due to injuries. So we spoke about all of it with him. Take a listen to that interview. So, Jose, you are in your final season of college football, a senior. First things first, can you tell me about your experience playing college football and how excited you are for this senior year?
Yeah, I'm first of all, I'm super excited. Coming from someone that wasn't supposed to be playing football anymore, my college career has been pretty rocky. My freshman and sophomore year, had a season-ending surgery on my knee. I had a tumor on my knee, so I was told I was never going to play ball again. So making it to my senior year is something that's amazing, and I thank God for that. And I'm excited to keep rolling.
And very non-traditional is your college experience. It's not just the regular 18 years old, 4 years, and you're done. You're 26 years old. You've got a wife and kids, and you're finishing up college. Can you tell me kind of what it was like over the last about 8 years of your experience of getting through this and finally getting to your senior year where you're about to get your degree?
Yeah, so I love football. I am a late boomer, I guess. I started playing football when I was a sophomore in high school. So I didn't know anything about it, but I was always big, and my friends were like, dude, play football. What are you doing? So I was like, all right, let's try it. And I fell in love with it, decided to do it in college. At the end of, beginning of sophomore year. So I went to college right after high school. But at the beginning of my sophomore year, I got hurt. We found a tumor on my knee. So I had to stop playing. I stopped for 3 years. Started a family, and I thought about it. I was like, I want to be able to tell my kid, like, you got to finish school, you got to go to school. But I was like, what am I going to, I have nothing to show, for him to, like, he could easily just question me, be like, how come you didn't finish it? Like, what happened there? So I was like, you know what, you're right. I'll go back to school. And I got the opportunity to play football again. And I was like, you know what, let's do it. I mean, me personally, I don't like school, So getting to play football while doing school just makes it a lot easier.
So when it comes to the last couple of years, you said you had a 3-year break before you get into Mount Marty. So talk about that process of starting at Mount Marty.
Well, I got recruited out of Orange Coast College. Coach Heck found me, and we just grew a great bond. He's a great person. Just even outside of coaching, he was very, very persistent. Very like on top of message me every single day. Like we still have conversations with him. He's like, I think honestly, you're one of the guys that I've talked to the most when it comes to the recruiting process. We just grew a great relationship even outside of football. He was there the next day after my second child was born, because my little girl was born here in Yankton, South Dakota. So, I'll forever have ties with Yankton. And it was pretty cool that he was there. It's pretty crazy when you have nobody there. We're so far away. I'm from California, so family is just so many miles away. And Coach Check, he was checking in on us, and he asked like, "Hey, is it cool if I go visit?" Came over, brought some food. It was amazing. It was pretty great.
And let's go to on the field here. As you were elected captain this year, what'd that mean to you, man?
It just means, I'm doing things the correct way, it meant a lot just because I'm more of it just being an older guy, me knowing that these guys look up to you, it just feels great. This would be my first time ever being captain in a football team, so it was a great honor, knowing that these guys look up to me, they respect me. It feels like I did a great job, earning their respect.
Well, I'm glad to hear it, man. Thank you for coming in and talking with me today. Good luck against Waldorf.
Of course, thank you.
Do you have a pest problem? Bed bugs, bats in the attic, termite damage, earwigs? Olson's Pest Technicians can tackle any of your pest problems. Family owned and operated with over 80 years of pest experience in South Dakota, Minnesota, and Iowa. Proven pest methods include Centricon bait stations for termites and Bicane treatments for bed bugs. Even the toughest pest infestations don't stand a chance. Olson's Pest Technicians, putting pests to rest since 1966. Call 800-KIL-BUGS.
Looking for a job that works for you? Join our team at Park Grove Yankton. We're hiring second shift assemblers and other positions, offering competitive wages, night shift pay differential, great health insurance, paid time off, and retirement benefits that help secure your future. Enjoy steady hours, a supportive team, and opportunities to advance. Whether you're building your skills or bringing years of experience, you'll find a place where you can grow and succeed. Apply today and start enjoying the benefits you deserve.
Parker, engineering your success.
Those are the sounds of loyal companions looking for a new home and family. The Heartland Humane Society has dogs and cats looking to become a new member of your family, ready for adoption today. Every animal available for adoption is vaccinated, spayed or neutered, microchipped, and dewormed, saving you over $200 or more in vet care while giving you a loyal friend. Come visit all available animals at 3400 East Highway 50 Yankton or online at heartlandhumanesociety.net.
Buying or selling a home is a big decision. Work with someone who knows the ins and outs. I'm Deb Speck with Vision Real Estate, and with 20 years of experience, I will focus on the details while providing marketing knowledge, advice on staging, and negotiating to get your home sold. From start to finish, I'll guide you through the process, making sure nothing is overlooked. Call me, Deb Speck, Vision Real Estate, 605-664-5555.
Welcome back to Forest City, Iowa. The sun is out. Winds still gusting about 15 to 20 miles per hour. Skies partly cloudy. They've cleared a bit, and we should have sunshine until sunset, which will be around 7:40 Central Time. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner. This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show for Mount Marty football, and a great conversation there with Jose Garcia and Tehl. That was a great story. You were right about that.
Yeah, no, I love that guy's story. I really do. And he's one of many that have similar stories, as you mentioned, in college football. Injuries do not have to derail your career. They can derail it temporarily. Find a way to get back on the field.
Yep, and we're great that he is back and playing very, very well on that defensive line for Mount Marty. Let's talk about the Lancers here while we have a few minutes coming off of that long road trip all the way to Dubuque, Iowa, playing Clark University last week, winning 37-22. And we saw some sensational catches in that game on both sides of the line of scrimmage, to be honest. James Brinsley catching that big 33-yard touchdown pass early. I think that really set the stage for the Lancers. And then Rodney Broadnax, maybe already a contender for catch of the year in the GPAC Conference.
Yeah, that was really cool. He had a guy right on him, back pylon, corner of the end zone. I think it was pass interference. Was able to get the one-handed catch as his right hand is kind of being grabbed, and he's able to get it all in with his left hand, bring it in the corner of the end zone. Touchdown. That was beautiful. And he wasn't the only one. Jacob Carbajal with some really good catches last week as well.
And Kyle Hirsch. Now, he was kind of bottled up on the ground, only had 33 yards, but he was the top receiver. 6 catches, 90 yards, including a touchdown. That was a pretty impressive catch as well.
Yes, it was, and that was an impressive play from the young quarterback in Rugby Riken as he had a free man blitzing. Nobody touched him. He came in backfield instantly. Riken's able to spin twice, get rid of him, floated up in the end zone. Hirsch was open, came down right into the breadbasket, touchdown. That was a very good play. And that was the first touchdown of the season.
Yes. And on the defensive side, Daniel Pierce with a big interception late in the game that kind of sealed the deal. He was also the punt returner for the Lancers, and that'll be his duty this week. Isaac Crownover, 8 tackles. Asmarin Muhammad had 7, and, Isaac Crownover, the junior from Tyndall Bonham High School, he's had to bide his time, but boy, he's stepped up big.
And he's as-billed. It really is. We've talked about him in the last couple of years as a guy who's got next, and he is as-billed. He proved that last week, led the team in tackles with 8, 4 solo, and had a pass breakup as well, did the outside linebacker. And a couple other guys you mentioned, you mentioned Daniel Pierce and his interception. That sealed the game right at the end of it. But he nearly had another one in there as well. Guy threw into double coverage way downfield. He's able to get a hold of the ball, bring it in, and tap right at the back of the end zone. Was ruled out. Replay shows it was close.
Yes.
It was so close.
Yep. And Amir Conley is going to get the start this week. He was a backup last week, but he got a lot of playing time. And something I noticed, and I think you mentioned it too, Arthur Oliver, they didn't throw his way too many times last week, did the Clark Pride.
No, Arthur Oliver, to be completely honest, we don't have to sing his praises because his teammates do it for him. We saw James Brinsley in our player profile last week. He spent some time talking about Arthur Oliver and how he is one of the most athletic men on this field.
Yeah, it's some of these young men, like I said, had to wait behind a whole lot of seniors that graduated last year, and now it's their time to shine, and they will have the opportunities throughout the season. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show. Waldorf, the opponent today for the Lancers. We're about 30 minutes away from the kickoff of this game, and let's talk about the Warriors. Tyler Chappa, the head coach, and the Warriors in their first year in the GPAC last year, Tehl, they struggled 0-11. One of those losses came at the hands of Mount Marty, of course, 56-7. That was back on September 21st of last year. I missed that game. I was out in the Black Hills, enjoying the weekend out there.
Just say it. Just do the brag. Say what it was.
It was the KBHU Hall of Fame banquet, and I was one of the initial inductees, along with my brother Dave, and had a fun weekend, and I hated missing the game, but I tell you what, the Lancers took care of business against the Warriors last season. Tell me about that game.
Yeah, first I just got to congratulate you again. Induction into the Hall of Fame of your alma mater. Well done there. Well done.
Thank you.
But anyways, yes, last season, Mount Marty over Waldorf. It was homecoming, and the Lancers controlled that game from start to finish. It was a complete 3-phase victory. One of the most complete games you'll ever see from a football program. They really controlled it from start to finish. And now they're at Waldorf's place a year later. Waldorf, as you mentioned, went 0-11 last year. A wake-up call in the GPAC. We'll see what they got this year.
Yep, they opened last week, 40-0 loss at the hands of Waldorf. And one thing I noticed when going over the stats, their defensive line had 1 total tackle against Northwestern. Their defensive line's got to play better today against the Lancers. And their running game, minus 20 yards overall. Of course, quarterback sacks figure into a team's rushing stats at the college level. and their quarterbacks, Walter and Richardson, were sacked 41 yards minus to their rushing total. Anthony Tucker, Cordy Taylor were just bottled up, got nothing going, and they just had 68 yards of offense total. 88 in the passing game, minus 20 in the rushing game. Obviously for Waldorf, they've got to do better on the line of scrimmage, offense and defense.
Yeah, 100%. And part of that comes as they were opening up the season facing a top 10 team in the nation at their place.
Yep.
There is part of that. We'll see kind of how they're able to respond to that this week. But yeah, they've got to get a better push up front, and they've got to be able to run the ball. If you're going to win in the GPAC, you got to run the football.
You have to have control of the line of scrimmage, because this is, in my humble opinion, the most physical conference in all of NAIA in the country. Speaking of Tyler Chappa, obviously, trying to build up this Waldorf program coming out of the North Star Athletic Association. Of course, that folded. Last year, they came into the GPAC, replacing Jamestown, who exited the conference. They're up in Division II now. And, they knew they were stepping into some pretty deep waters. And, hey, Dort stepped into this conference back in about 2008 or so, I think was their first year. It took them a number of years to build up, and that's what it's going to take for Waldorf fans. It's got to be a step-by-step building process.
It really is. It's step-by-step, and you just got to keep putting one foot in front of the other. You're going to take your lumps. They took one last week. They need to forget that and try and get something going here today.
And we will take a timeout. We'll hear from Tyler Chappa and the Waldorf head coach. Have an interview with him. That's being brought to you by Fairfield by Marriott and Holiday Inn Express. Get great rates and flexible reservation changes by calling the Fairfield by Marriott or the Holiday Inn Express in Yankton. Call them direct. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. More of the Dakota Beverage pregame show after this 2-minute timeout right here on KYNT.
Have aches and pains taken you out of your game? At First Chiropractic Centers, we have been helping people get back into their game for nearly 40 years. Whether your game is sports related, or it looks more like gardening, household chores, exercising, or just daily life, if your pain is preventing you from enjoying or participating in your chosen activity, we can help. With offices in Yankton, Hardington, Tyndall, and Whitner. First Chiropractic Centers, making life better, one adjustment at a time.
When it comes to insurance, clarity is everything. At Vision Insurance Group, they cut through the fine print so you know exactly what's covered and what's not. From home and auto to life, business, and long-term care, their experts design plans that fit your needs and your budget. Serving South Dakota, Iowa, and Nebraska, visit VisionInsuranceGRP.com for your personalized quote. Vision Insurance Group, protecting your future so you can live in the vision.
Beef, pork, seafood, poultry, and more, all at the Meat Lodge in Yankton. Get top quality meats at great prices. They have specialty items like lamb, brisket, bison, mahi-mahi, crab legs, and lobster. They even have non-meat options like Dimmick cheese, pickled items, seasonings, and sauces. The Meat Lodge in Yankton on the way to the lake on Highway 52. For more, call 689-3000 or go to themeatlodge.com.
Small businesses are the backbone of our community. CoreTrust helps your business thrive with checking, online bill pay, small business loans, credit card processing, local approval and support for government grants and loans, investments to grow your hard-earned assets, and insurance to protect them. All from CoreTrust, the community bank that's right down the street and everywhere you want us to be. Visit CoreTrustBank.com today.
Member FDIC.
All right, back here on the pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite. Always remember, drink responsibly. As we go now to the opposing coach interview from Fairfield by Marriott and Holiday Inn Express. Get great rates and flexible reservation changes by calling the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express in Yankton direct. As we welcome in the head coach of Waldorf now in Tyler Chappa. Coach Chappa, you are once again rolling with a GPAC slate. You were introduced to the GPAC last year as the Schools Move Conference. What were your thoughts on the conference last year, and how are you taking that into this season?
Yeah, well, first off, thanks for having me on the show. But we knew going in last year that every week was going to be a dogfight, and we weren't necessarily prepared with the personnel that we had. So we knew recruiting was going to have to be a big a big emphasis. It always is every single year, but just going into the GPAC, everybody's bigger, faster, stronger. Even some of the teams that maybe are, seen as kind of bottom of the conference, those teams are still good football teams. And so we knew it was going to be tough, and we just had to assess our off-season needs, and I think we've done a decent job of doing that.
One of the things that the head coach of the Lancers here, Coach Mleti, always tells us is that the biggest improvements a football team makes are from the first game to the second game. You just had your first game facing one of the best teams in the country in Northwestern. What'd you learn about your team, and how are you fixing things, kind of working in towards this week?
Yeah, our team right now, they're playing tough, going into Northwestern. Again, first game of the season, so how many mistakes are you going to make? Penalties, I think we finished the game with 6 penalties, which for a first game isn't horrible. And then you compile that with playing the number 7 team in the country at that time. And so we knew we had to be perfect and try to be as perfect as we could, because you play a team like that and you can't make mistakes. And unfortunately, we're still, made a couple assignment mistakes, and but everything that I saw on tape, especially after the game, was fixable, and that's really what you want to see. You want to see that your guys, know that they need to improve on certain things, and that at least what you're going to improve on can be fixed.
Coach Chappa, can you tell me about this week's film session going into Mount Marty? What are you seeing from the Lancers, and how are you prepping for them?
Yeah, they got some new guys on both sides of the ball, but they're well coached. They're a tough football team. Coach does a phenomenal job recruiting every single year. He does a phenomenal job with his coaching staff. And so, again, another team, they're going to be big. They're fast. Offensively, I think Rugby's in his second season there, but he's a good quarterback. And some new faces on the O-line, and they made some mistakes up front last week against Clark that I'm sure that they have addressed in the week of practice. But we're expecting a dogfight, and the team that can run the ball and makes the least amount of mistakes is the one that's going to win.
So tell me about the Waldorf Warriors now. What is your strengths with this team?
Yeah, I think right now, defensively, we've got a lot of our returners coming back on that side of the ball. We've got a lot of senior leadership on that side of the ball. We've recruited pretty well, defensive line-wise, really pleased with how those guys played last week. There was times last year where if it was 3rd and 2, we were already thinking, okay, what's our next first down call, right? But, we blocked a field goal against Northwestern. We had a couple 3rd and short stops, got them into some fourth and medium situations, and we ended up having some special teams errors on the punt block team. But I think defensively we're where we need to be, and then offensively, we've got a lot of new faces. So that was the first time the coaching staff coached in a game together. That was the first time that some of our new guys played in a game together, and so just getting some of those jitters out, and I think trusting the guy next to us, that's been a big emphasis for us on that side, and looking forward to watching these guys compete.
Coach Chappa, thank you very much for your time, and good luck in this second game of the year.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
That brought to you by Fairfield by Marriott and Holiday Inn Express. Get great rates and flexible reservation changes by calling the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express in Yankton direct. More from the Dakota Beverage pregame show coming up right after this. Looking for the perfect place to get together with friends and family, watch the game, and enjoy some of the best wings in town? Make plans to visit Checkers Sports Bar and Grill. It doesn't matter what team you cheer for, your game day cravings are covered. Enjoy the action while you dig into mouth-watering wings, juicy burgers, and stacked sandwiches. Open Tuesday through Sunday, Checkers Sports Bar and Grill is Yankton's favorite spot for food, friends, and sports. Your game days belong at Checkers.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
Before the Lancers play.
After the game, or maybe even while watching it here. Enjoy authentic flavor at RB Grill House and Sports Bar.
We're American-themed and feature handcrafted dishes and daily specials with an amazing selection of beer and spirits. Enjoy burgers, steaks, wings, and ribs, sandwiches, salads, seafood, and plenty of HD TVs.
Authentic flavor.
Family-driven.
And a memorable atmosphere.
Join us at RB Grill House and Sports Bar next to River Rocks Event Center on Broadway in Yankton. Go Lancers!
Not all funerals are the same, and neither are funeral homes. This is Paul Wintz of the Wintz and Ray Funeral Home and Cremation Service in Yankton. A death in a family is one of life's most significant events. We understand the importance of such an event and realize there are no second chances. We will guide you through all your options so you are comfortable with the services chosen. Our experience, professionalism, compassion, and attention to detail will ensure everything is perfect. Wintz and Ray Funeral Home, Yankton.
And welcome back to the Dakota Beverage pregame show, getting you ready for Mount Marty taking on Waldorf College football. A late Saturday afternoon. It'll be early evening as this game progresses. Sunshine at the moment, windy about 20 miles an hour, 60 degrees outside. Eventually the lights will be turned on here in Forest City, Iowa, and we'll have our first game under the lights this year as this game will be wrapping up. But currently, weather not too bad, although it feels more like an October day than a September day, especially an early September day. And I was thinking, Tehl, we talked about this last week, 2 years ago. Remember, our second game of the year was a night game, Briarcliff against Mount Marty at Crane Youngworth. We kicked off that game at 7 o'clock, and it was 97 degrees outside. Complete opposite. It's 60 degrees, a 37-degree temperature difference from the second game 2 years ago to the second game today. Welcome to weather in the upper Midwest for those of you who may not be used to it. Let's get to the starting lineups. It's brought to you by Foreman Charters. Let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. See upcoming tours at foremanbus.com. With the starting lineups, I'll turn it over to Tehl Tanner.
Started off with the Mount Marty Lancers offensive unit and the offensive line. The left tackle, junior in Desmond Taylor out of Grandview, Missouri. The left guard, a senior out of Sioux Falls, O'Gorman, and Zach Carlson. The center for the Lancers, junior out of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, and Nick Bunkers. The right guard, sophomore out of North Platte, Nebraska, Alex Gove. And the right tackle, junior out of Sioux Falls, Jefferson, David Grabo. To the pass catchers, tight end, senior out of Seguin, Texas, James Brinsley. In the wide receivers, Jack Rowland in the slot, sophomore out of Omaha, Nebraska. A junior out of Pierce, Nebraska, in Jackson Waholtz, and a junior out of Cleveland, Tennessee, in Rodney Broadnax. Your running backs, sophomore Kyle Hirsch will start the game. He's once again, sophomore out of Gayville, South Dakota. We'll see a lot of Malachi Hartz today as well, senior out of Merced, California. And quarterback Rugby Riken, he's a redshirt sophomore out of Yankton, South Dakota.
The offense last week, 176 yards on the ground, 271 through the air. That's 447 total yards. Let's meet the Lancer defense.
Started off up front once again, a junior out of Aurora, Colorado, the left end, Delonte Dickey. The nose tackle, senior out of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, and Lane Ferguson. The right end, senior out of Mount Shasta, California, in DJ Brown. For your linebackers, on the outside, sophomore out of Pearland, Texas, and Kavion Rogers. On the other end, a junior out of Tyndall, South Dakota, in Isaac Crownover. Your middle linebackers, senior out of Post Falls, Idaho, in Cole Cripps, and a junior out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, in Brock Lubers. Your secondary, corner, senior out of San Diego, California, in Amir Conley. On the other end, a senior out of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, and Asmaram Muhammad. Your strong safety, junior out of Oxnard, California, and Daniel Pierce. And your free safety, junior out of Louisiana, Arthur Oliver.
123 yards on the ground. That's what the Lancers gave up last week. 238 through the air, 361 total. They had one sack, one interception. Let's meet the homestanding team tonight, the Waldorf Warriors.
Started off up front on the offensive end once again. The left tackle, senior out of Eden Prairie, Minnesota, Logan Tyler. Left guard, freshman out of Galena Park, Texas, in Ruben Escobar. The center, senior out of Tomball, Texas, and Jacoby Mays. Right guard, junior out of Lemoore, California, Jackson Emerson. And the right tackle, sophomore out of Las Vegas, Nebraska, Adrian Soto.
Nevada.
Where
You said Las Vegas, Nebraska. I think
Nebraska.
you meant to say Nevada.
I think I was looking at the next guy that we were about to talk about here in a little bit. But actually, we're going to go straight to the pass catchers and talk about Caden Peterson. He's a senior out of Van Meter, Iowa. Wide receiver, freshman out of San Antonio, Texas, in Luke Valdez. Another wide receiver, sophomore out of Woodbridge, New Jersey, in Angel Ruiz. And a wide receiver out of Mason City, Iowa, senior in Jorge Rivera. Your running back, Anthony Tucker out of Rocky Point, North Carolina. He's a junior. And the quarterback today, once again, Chris Walter has been injured. He will not be here today. We're going to see Tate Richardson start the game. He's a sophomore out of Eagle Grove, Iowa.
We mentioned it earlier, the Warriors only had 68 yards of total offense last week against number 7 Northwestern. Let's move to the other side of the line of scrimmage and meet the Waldorf defense.
Up front, senior out of Riverdale, Georgia, and Nico Page. The nose tackle, senior out of Tomball, Texas, in Jerron Mays. And the right end, junior out of Columbus, Georgia, and Keyshawn Stanley. Linebackers, sophomore out of Kalmar, Iowa, and Keegan Streeter. On the other end, on the outside, senior out of Tarzana, California, and Marcus Arthur. Your middle linebackers, Keegan Handel, senior out of Tomball, Texas, and a senior out of Vinton, Iowa, in Luke Bayer. Your secondary, corner, sophomore, hometown kid, he's out of Forest City, Jack Thompson. On the other end, Antonio Jimenez, a freshman out of Enterprise, Utah. Strong safety, sophomore out of South Pittsburgh, Tennessee, Jacob Bivens. And the free safety, senior out of Columbus Junction, Iowa, and Christian Guerra.
The Warriors gave up 204 yards on the ground last week against Northwestern, 239 through the air. That's 443 yards of offense. Something to note for the Warriors, their center and their nose tackle are twin brothers.
Yeah, they are. Their center and their nose tackle are twin brothers in Jerron and Jacoby Mays. But don't let anybody forget, Jerron Mays is older. The nose tackle is older by about 6 seconds, apparently. And apparently, he will never let his younger brother forget it.
And I have known some twin brothers and sisters throughout my life, and that's very common.
100%. Oh, man. But that's really cool, though. Yeah, the center and the nose tackle, twin brothers for Waldorf.
And once again, the starting lineups brought to you by Foreman Charters. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner. This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. We're about 12 minutes away from the kickoff of today's game. We're going to take a timeout right now, and we'll come back and hear from John Mleti, the head coach of the Mount Marty Lancers. We're in Forest City, Iowa, getting ready for Waldorf against Mount Marty in GPAC Conference Football. Back in 2 minutes right here on KYNT.
Hey, we know an auto accident takes a bite out of your life. You hear that sickening crunch and it's instant stress. Who do I call? What will insurance cover? How long will this take? How much will it cost? Well, relax. You found Abra. Rest assured, the friendly Abra professionals will make your experience easy and hassle-free. They'll help you repair your car so you can get on with your life like nothing ever happened. Contact Abra today. Locally owned and operated by Northtown Automotive, North Highway 81. Looking for fuel or more? Stop by Triple Time Rudy's, your locally owned convenience store at 17th and Broadway. At Triple Time Rudy's, they're proud to support the community, offering fuel discounts to Yankton's largest employers and backing local activities and events. Inside, you'll discover regional favorites like Dimmick Cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers. Whether it's a quick snack, a tank of top-quality fuel, or a taste of local goodness, Triple Time Rudy's, fueling your day, fueling the community.
Recently, a small business owner came into the UPS store to pick up a banner we printed for her latest event. As we rolled it up, she asked if we also designed brochures. The answer? Absolutely, we can help with that too. For over 7 years, the UPS store in Yankton has been helping customers with all kinds of printing, from large banners to detailed brochures. Come see us today and find out how we can assist with your next big project. And don't forget to ask about our print specials.
Bikes. It's what we do. This is Canada's Bike and Fitness. And we're passionate about bikes. Our bike enthusiasts are knowledgeable and will fit you to your perfect ride. Not only do we have hundreds of bikes in stock to shop from, but we also have all the accessories you'll need. We service what we sell, so repairs and tune-ups are handled in store. Also shop Oakley sunglasses, Columbia clothing, fitness, and disc golf equipment too. Shop Ace Bike and Fitness of Yankton today.
All right, back here on our pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite. Always remember, drink responsibly as we go now to our coach interview from Sherco. When you need to be sure, make it Sherco. Head coach John Mleti, the Mount Marty Lancers, now in the booth with us. We heard from a couple other guys, including a captain in Jose Garcia and the opposing coach, Tyler Chappa of Waldorf. Now, John, can you tell me about this game? Week 1 to week 2, you always preach the biggest improvements for a football team come right after the first game. What were those improvements?
Yeah, a lot of it, it was good to have some of those errors in game 1 so you can easily point out those details to the men when you're trying to make a point on fine details. So, concentrating on ourselves, whether that's taking care of the ball or making sure we're making the right check on the defensive side or making sure that we give our snapper enough time to snap the ball and a punt team. Things like those small details brought a little bit more attention, and obviously being able to grade the guys, be able to move guys around if needed, helped as well. It was a good test run for the first run of the season. Now we got a conference game, so hope to have a lot of those things cleaned up here for Waldorf.
Let's talk about Waldorf. A team that is new to the GPAC. Last year, they did end up going 0-10 in conference play, but they had a couple of close games in there, and they're a team that certainly is going to start improving year after year. Can you tell me about Waldorf and what you're seeing from
Yeah, Coach Chappa, big fan of him. I think he's going to be a guy that's going to create a culture that those guys are going to want to buy into, and as it was a struggle for them last year, him being able to keep it together is a hard enough job in itself. So I have a lot of respect for him there. And they have some very good athletes, guys that put up some good numbers on both sides of the balls and guys that are dangerous with, space and things like that. They have 2 really good running backs that are going to be hard to bring down, and their offensive line have definitely got bigger, so it's going to be make sure that we have our techniques to be able to slow them down.
Last week, you used your running backs to full effect, both Malachi and Kyle, in terms of both receiving and running the football. You had both guys in all-purpose yards. You had well over 200 combined, and I think 3 touchdowns between them. Those 2 guys have got to be a massive part of the offense. Is that going to be the same strategy again this week?
Yeah, it's the pleasure of having multiple weapons on offense is being able to use those guys in diverse roles and cause a little confusion for those defenses, but in the end, what I always talk to the offense about is taking what the defense gives you, so they're either going to pack the box and make you throw the ball, and Rugby showed that he can do that, and he's got some weapons down the field to be able to do that, and the offensive line came together to be able to give him some time. And then if they're going to be trying to take that away and then lighten up the box, then, we're going to hand the ball off to our guys that have a lot of experience running the ball and behind that offensive line that did a good job creating gaps for them. So that's the pleasure of the offense, is having the cards last and last say.
Let's go to defense now. You got to stop this Waldorf attack with big number 99 and Jose Garcia right up front, captain we spoke with earlier. Can you tell me about him and this defensive unit and their progress from week 1 to 2?
Yeah, he was one of the main pieces moving into this year of bringing that defense together. As we've talked in the offseason and even leading up to last week, there's a lot of new faces on that side, so you need a little bit of stability. And with him being an older guy and bringing a little bit of calmness to that side and just being around him alone, I think a lot of people can understand that side of his characteristics and all that. But, to me, everything starts up front. I may say that to you every week, whether it's offensive line or defensive line. So those defensive linemen, making sure that they correct what they needed to from the week before and making sure that they have great get-offs. These guys that are going to be bigger and want to move you, if you can keep your pad level low and strike your pressure key when it's working to you, and being able to bubble those offensive linemen back to make that ball bounce to our speed on the edge is going to be a good thing.
Coach, thank you very much for your time. Good luck. Another long road trip to start the year.
Yeah, can't wait. Appreciate it, Tehl.
Brought to you by Sherco. When you need to be sure, make it Sherco. Back in a couple of minutes with Kickoff right here on KYNT.
Have aches and pains taken you out of your game? At First Chiropractic Centers, we have been helping people get back into their game for nearly 40 years. Whether your game is sports related, Or it looks more like gardening, household chores, exercising, or just daily life. If your pain is preventing you from enjoying or participating in your chosen activity, we can help. With offices in Yankton, Hardington, Tyndall, and Whittier.
First Chiropractic Centers, making life better, one adjustment at a time. Looking for the perfect pair of glasses? At Vision Care Associates, we've got you covered. Step into our showroom and discover our vast selection from timeless classics to the latest trends. With several styles to choose from, you're sure to find the perfect match for your look. Experience personalized service and expert care, whether you need help finding the right frame or adjusting your new glasses for the perfect fit.
Vision Care Associates, where the health of your eyes comes first.
At Elwood Family Dental Care, they believe patients should understand their treatment, not just receive it. That's why they show you x-rays and photos, explain the why, and keep you informed every step of the way. They treat patients of all ages and especially love caring for kids. Most pediatric treatments are done right in the office, trying to limit trips out of town. So come see Elwood Family Dental Care today, located at 19th and Broadway, where they take care of the entire family. Slumberland Furniture is your local destination for top brands like Lazy Boy, Ashley, Flex Steel, Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and more. Carrying a full range of mattresses and furniture for every room in your home, you'll find styles you'll love at values that make sense. From everyday essentials to name brand comfort, Slumberland offers the selection, and their service goes the extra mile. Visit Slumberland Furniture, 2401 Broadway in Yankton, where helping you create a comfortable home is what they do best.
All right, we're back for our final segment of the Dakota Beverage pregame show, getting ready for kickoff. Waldorf playing host to Mount Marty, along with Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. Our colors of the game brought to you by Les Schwab Tires. For tires, brakes, alignments, and more, visit Les Schwab Tire Center in Yankton. Get more from Les. Well, this is going to be a black and white game, literally, on the field, because Waldorf wearing the home black uniforms with the purple helmets and the purple numbers trimmed in white. They are black from shoulder pads to toe. Mount Marty, the opposite. They're wearing the white uniforms with the white pants, the gold helmets, and the navy blue numbers and letters. And the coin toss happening at the center of the field here. Carter Olson, our referee, says Mount Marty has won the toss. They will defer, so it'll be Warriors on offense first. And while we got a couple of moments here, Tehl, final thoughts before kickoff.
Well, first things first, when you talk about the uniforms, that's all I've been thinking about for the last 30 seconds. And you're right, this is an elite matchup. I love what we're seeing here. The black and purple uniforms for Waldorf are just great. And we know the Lancers, the gold hats and the all whites, that's just perfect. But anyways, on to the field itself. Waldorf, now that we've seen the coin toss, they're going to be receiving the kick to start off this ball game. They're going to start things on offense. They've really got to establish the run. That is number one for them. They were not able to run the ball at all last week, and they struggled with it all last season. They've got to get a push up front and run the ball. I would run it 3 times to start off this drive. 1, 2, 3, no matter how it goes, just to get it rolling. For the Lancers, literally the exact same thing. Stop the run. They've got to stop the run for Waldorf. If they do that, they're going to win this game. If they hold Waldorf to similar numbers that Northwestern did, they're going to win this game handily. If they're able to hold Waldorf under 100 as a team, they're going to win.
All right, it is Jack Thompson dropping back deep to receive the kickoff. Luke Valdez joins him back there. And it'll be, I believe that's Jack Lilly, or John Lilly rather, doing the kickoff duties. John Lilly doing the kickoff duties, number 36 for Mount Marty. They are on the south side of the field, so that's broadcast right. And because of the wind, looks like the ball fell off the tee. They may have to have somebody hold it here.
Looks like that's exactly what's happening. Somebody's coming out to do that. I think that is.
No, I think it's Justin Anderson, a freshman defensive back.
Looks like.
He plays on
special
special
teams.
That number. Yeah, one's the backup quarterback, so I'm assuming that's the young man.
Although you never know. Anybody can play here.
Yeah, special teams, you never know who's out there. All right, we've got 15 minutes on the clock. First quarter about to get underway. Here comes Lilly. High end over end kick, and we are underway here in Forest City, Iowa. Valdez takes it near the 8-yard line, runs to his right, goes across the field, tripped up nicely near the 15-yard line, making that special teams tackle. I think that was Drushan Phillips.
No, I think that was Samuel Driver, number 23 there for the Mount Marty Lancers, and that was one heck of a tackle. Just came in screaming. One of their strikers came in, got it away from the man who was trying to block him, cut him down at the 16-yard line. Waldorf's back deep to start things off.
All righty. First half brought to you by Dakota Mac. Whether you're a farmer or a rancher or investor or simply a Lancer fan, look for Dakota Mac for all your ag financing needs. Visit dakotamac.com to learn more. Pistol formation, first offensive play of the game. Warriors going from left to right on your radio dial. Pitch to the left. And that's Tucker with the football. Running to his left, he'll get maybe 3 yards. Ball came loose. Mount Marty says they have it. A referee says no. Runner was down. No fumble, gain of 3 on the first play.
Ooh, that is a wake-up call maybe for Waldorf there. They're able to get it back, thankfully, for them. But, man, ball came out right at the end of that one. You got to hold on to that. So it's good they got it back. Now it's a wake-up call. Got to hold on to that football.
All right, 2nd down and 7, just underway, first quarter, no score, Waldorf and Mount Marty. Sunshine out, 60 degrees. Winds settle down a little bit here as they'll run it up the middle. Tucker now bounces the outside, runs into trouble, tackled by Pierce. 2-yard gain, and that's all to the 21-yard line. Brings up 3rd down and 5.
Yeah, 2 different Lancers getting in the backfield right away. I think it was Daniel Pierce who ended up making the tackle. Brock Lubers came in first as well. They were both back there quick in a hurry. 3rd down.
Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's on Broadway in Yankton.
And here we go, 3rd down. It's exactly what I was hoping they'd do and run it twice to start things off. Now 3rd and 5, options are open.
All righty, 2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right. Now the back clears out of the backfield, and they're going to go screen pass. It's going to be caught, and it'll be a 1st down. And making the catch is Cordy Taylor, the junior out of Lehigh Acres, Florida. Nice little safe pass. They'll get about 6 yards or so across the 25 to the 26. Gain of, roughly 5. That's what they needed. First down.
Right on it. Right on that line to gain.
Yep, the running back, after he caught the pass, bounced further after he hit the ground. It looked like he got to the 27, but it's the 26. First down and 10, Waldorf, and that's a big positive boost for Waldorf as their offense really struggled last week against Northwestern. They operate left to right on your radio dial. First down and 10, misdirection handoff, and running to the left side, and with an opening is Tucker, and he's out of bounds along the left sideline near the 40-yard line. They're going to say he's out near the 39, and that's going to be, they're going to say he stepped out actually at the 32, so a break there for the Lancers as he was running down the sideline, but he got a little too wide. Stepped out of bounds early. Still got a gain of about 6, 2nd down and 4. They're at the 32-yard line, just underway, no score. Waldorf, Mount Marty, first quarter. This is the first series of the game. 2 backs in the backfield, 2 receivers either side, and they're going to misdirection play, and that is going to be Taylor running to his right, no gain. Boy, that was well scouted out by the Lancer defense.
Yeah, the Lancers ends on that left side were all over it, as you said. DJ Brown, the right end, read it the whole way, sealed him off, and forced him inside. Daniel Pierce was able to clean up as well. No gain.
Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Core Trust, helping you achieve your personal and business goals. It's Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust, member FDIC. 3rd down and 5. They actually lost the end in motion to the left side. They're looking for the short pass. They throw it. Almost intercepted. Incomplete. Oh, my goodness. I think that was that was Arthur Oliver jumping the route on a little screen pass to the tight end on the left side. Boy, and to tell you what, if he catches that one, it's 6 points.
Yeah, that was close. That was very, very close. Oliver had his fingertips on it just a little too far. As it stands, it'll be 4th and 5 and punt formation in.
All right, Pierce drops back. He's standing about his own 34-yard line. And Fisher Ort, averaging 30.5 yards per punt, stands at his own 15. He'll be punting kind of into the wind, which has died down a bit here in Forest City, Iowa. Snap on target. Here comes the pressure, but a good punt away. Pierce collects it at the 40 to the 45, and he'll be wrapped up near the 47-yard line. Good field position for Mount Marty. Lancer football brought to you today in part by Les Schwab Tires. For tires, brakes, alignments, and more, visit Les Schwab Tire Center in Yankton. Get more from Les.
Brought down by Luke Valdez.
And out trucks Rugby Rankin to lead the offense. The sophomore out of Yankton.
Mount Marty.
He'll split one man out to the right. That's Waholes. Two men trot out to the left. And Broadnecks and Roland.
Focuses Malachi, obviously, nearly 150 yards on the ground last week. Kyle Hirsch, 90 yards receiving. This is a great one, too.
Yes, and Hirsch last year really stepped up late in the season running the football. Again, both guys very, very capable. Here comes Broadnecks in motion. They're going to have the jet sweep to the right side across midfield, across the 40, steps out of bounds. Had to retreat a little bit as he swept to the right side, but that's going to move the chains. First down near the 40-yard line of the Warriors.
Running that jet sweep early. The Lancers like to do that early in the season. Did it last year and this year as well. You remember last game against Clark, they ran that exact play. Clark had it. I think it was the second or third play. It was stopped for a loss. This time, first down.
Pistol formation, 1st and 10. Lancers operate right to left on your radio dial. They got the wind at their back, and Riken throws a quick screen pass incomplete over the head of Waholes, who was a wide receiver screen pass out on the right side. Heavy pressure was coming in, pass too tall.
Yeah, just had to get rid of it as the rush was coming in. Tried to go to his outlet man over on the flat, and just too high over his head.
10:47 left, first quarter, no score between the Lancers and the Warriors, along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here. Just underway in Forest City. Yep, a late start for us today. We'll get you up to date on some of the other GPAC scores. 3 games in the book, one later on tonight. That's Doane at Concordia. They'll kick off at 7 o'clock. Second down and 10. Lancers back to the run, and Hart's up the middle, weaves through traffic, trying to get out of a tackle, stays on his feet, runs to his right, gets across the 35 to the 33. Boy, just kept the shoulder pads square and kept those legs churning. Malachi Hart's. Third down, gain of 7 on that last play. Lancers quickly to the line of scrimmage, pistol formation. Again, Hart's up the middle, through traffic, first down. He's across the 20 to the 18-yard line. A great gain on that play. A first down for Mount Marty as they went with the hurry-up.
Malachi's running well as usual for the Lancers last week. 148 yards on the ground, was not tackled behind the line of scrimmage a single time on 27 carries.
For Waldorf, it's Antoine Smith McAdams coming in at nose guard to replace Jerron Mays as they make a change on that defensive line. 1st and 10. Ball down at the 19-yard line. And Hirsch running to his right has a hole across the 15 near the 10. And he's pushed out of bounds. Nope, near the sideline. But that's going to be a first down, a gain of about 12 yards down to the 8-yard line. 1st and goal coming up. Mount Marty, this is a very good drive to start the game. 9:20 and counting. First quarter, Lancers in the red zone, knocking at the door. 1st and goal. Pass. Waholes catches it behind the line at the 10. Makes a move, and he gets into the end zone. Touchdown, Mount Marty. Waholes, his 2nd catch of the year, his 1st receiving touchdown. An impressive drive by Mount Marty.
It really was. Just marched all the way down the field. Chunk play here and there. Every now and then you break one for 10 to 15. Couple of good runs in there. Finish it off with a screen pass and just get it in the hands of a playmaker in Waholtz and let him do what he does, and that's find the open grass, get in the end zone.
Yep, some good blocking out on the left side on that little wide receiver screen pass. And now here comes Camden Vance, point after kick. Noah McDermott is the holder. The kick is on the way. It is good. 9:12 left to go. First quarter, Mount Marty 7, Waldorf nothing. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
I emphasize all because we do apparel, pins, signs, printing, calendars, business cards, custom forms, banners, flyers, drinkware, bulk mailings, and much more. If you have a project, I'm sure Hanson Briggs can help. 1213 West 9th Street in Yankton or online at hansonbriggsadvertising.com.
That scoring drive, 5 plays, 53 yards, 148 time of possession. Riken to Wahos, 10 yards. Officially on that completion, 7-0. Mount Marty with the lead here. First quarter, 9:12 left in Forest City, Iowa. And here's John Mleti with the kickoff. It'll come down to Valdez at about the 8-yard line, runs to his left, makes a spin move at the 20-yard line, and he is buried near the 24-yard line. That's all the Warriors will set up first and 10. And Tehl, I tell you what, that was with the mixing up of the plays, the pass and the run. That was a very impressive drive for Mount Marty.
Yeah, one of the things that nobody ever thinks about is when you've got young coaches, they grow over the years too. This is year 5 of the same play caller and a co-offensive coordinator in Josh Lewis. He has really gotten very, very good as a play caller over the last 5 years, and that drive was very, very representative of that.
Efficient drive as well, 1:48 off the clock. First and 10, Warriors. They're at their own 24-yard line. Mount Marty showing blitz. Handoff. It's going to be Tucker running to his left across the 25 to the 27. Gain of 3. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Dakota Mac. At Dakota Mac, we can help you do the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing. Whether you're a farmer, investor, or a beginning farmer, we work hard to find lending solutions to fit your needs. Learn more at dakotamac.com. Crownover in on that last tackle. He led the team in tackles last week with 8. Second down, 7. 2 receivers to the right, 1 out to the left, 1 running back to the left of his quarterback in the shotgun set. Handoff. It's going to be Tucker again, and he'll get a yard, maybe 2 forward progress to the 30 as they try the right side. Not much there. We'll bring up third down and about 4. Mount Marty football today brought to you by Dakota Beverage. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly.
Almost the exact same field position as last drive on this third down, same yardage as well. It was 3rd and 5 last time, now 3rd and 4, both near the 30-yard line in their own territory.
Partly cloudy skies, 60 degrees. Sun is out here in Forest City. It's been cloudy most of the day. Sun is out for this football game. Misdirection play, and it's going to be successful. Running to the left is Taylor. He'll get across the 40-yard line to the 41. First down for Waldorf. And that misdirection play where they fake it to Tucker running to the right, and Cordy Taylor runs to the left, and he got a good gain on that play.
Taylor stopped.
Yeah, that was very good. They've done a lot of that throughout these first 2 offensive drives. You know, they fake pitching it to one running back and then give it to the other running the other way. The Lancers have been on top of it so far in this game, but that play got every single white jersey running to the right, had only one purple jersey going to the left, and that's a first down.
All right, Rivera switches over to the left side as a wide receiver. 2 men over there, 1 to the right. Running play up the middle, and not much there. Maybe a gain of 1 for Anthony Tucker. He just got bottled up on that player. Check that was Cordy Taylor with that particular one. And now he'll check out in favor of Anthony Tucker. Both of those young men are juniors for the Warriors. Mount Marty football today brought to you by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. 7-0. Lancers on top. First quarter, 6:35 and counting. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner. Second game of the year for both squads. Mount Marty 1-0. Waldorf 0-1. 3 men out to the left, 1 to the right. Pistol formation. Lancers show blitz. Up the middle they come, and it's a running play to Tucker, and he stays on his feet, moves the pile. He initially had 1 yard, but he turns it into almost a 4-yard gain.
Yeah, that was a great second push, not only by him, but on the offensive linemen. They were able to get behind him in kind of the rugby scrum and get an extra 3 yards out of it. Bring up 3rd and 4, the exact situation they were in just a moment ago when they ran that great misdirection play to get the first down.
Yeah, they got the ball at their own 48-yard line. 3rd down and 4. Richardson guiding the team. Sophomore out of Eagle Grove, Iowa. 2 men trot out to the right. 1 receiver to the left. Tight end on the right side. Running back stands to the left of his quarterback in the shotgun set. They'll hand it off, and it'll be a 1st down for Tucker across midfield. He got about 5 yards, almost 6. He'll be at the Lancer 46-yard line, 1st down. Good drive going here by the Warriors.
Yeah, they're approaching 40 yards on the ground already in this game, and we're midway through the 1st quarter.
And that's another
7-0 Lancers, 5-10 and counting 1st quarter. Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Avera. Avera Health, very important, great organization. Visit avera.org today. 2 men trot out to the left, 1 out to the right side. Shotgun set. Running back now on the right side of the quarterback. And it's going to be a misdirection play. Coming to the left is Taylor. And that time the Lancer was ready on that 1st down play. No gain.
Yeah, that was Cole Cripps, the middle linebacker.
Pushing and shoving, and a penalty flag at the end of the play after it was over. Boy, there were some players jawbone in there. And I don't know who this is going to be against. And the referee is Carter Olson. He'll tell us here in a moment.
Yeah, they're discussing this is going to be big. This is well after the play.
Yeah.
I would assume this is unsportsmanlike on one of these 2 teams. Who started it?
It could be offsetting. Again, Carter Olson, our referee. Seth Slocker, Aaron Patty, Hunter White, Paul Van Maren, Marcus Renz, Carter Kuhl. That's the officiating crew today. And it is Carter Olson at the referee. Personal foul against the offense. And that's against Luke Valdez, the freshman wide receiver out of San Antonio, Texas. He was blocking on that play, and he let his emotions get the better of him, and that's a big 15-yard walk-off against Waldorf after the play was over. And, boy, that's just a killer for the very good drive that Waldorf had going here just moments ago.
Yes, it is. That is, as you said, possibly a drive killer. Is now it's going to be, 25 yards to the 1st down marker it's going to be, and it should be 2nd down because that was after the play.
And they had one, the 1st down marker was that one. They got the electronic 1st down marker it's actually a red LED on the far side here. So they've got it adjusted. It will be 2nd down because that happened after the play was over. So it should be 2nd down and 25. And now Coach Chappa wants to get some clarification here of what's going on. Clock stops, 4:21 left, 1st quarter. Lancers 7, Warriors nothing. Along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here on a chilly day in early September in Forest City, Iowa. Home of the Warriors of Waldorf in their 2nd year in the Great Plains Athletic Conference. Now they're going to say it's 1st down.
Now why would it be 1st down? That was after the play.
I am confused as well, but the referees are conferring here. And
guess we're replaying the down, but it was an unsportsmanlike after the play.
Yeah, that should be 2nd down. And now the entire crew is, except for the back judge, is meeting at the 40-yard line of Waldorf. Again, they picked up several 1st downs on this drive, but a big 15-yard walk-off. And now the referees have to confer. Now, if that happened during the play, he would replay the down.
But it wasn't. It was
to our understanding, it wasn't. That penalty came in late. And now 2nd down. Yep, okay, they got it right. For a moment here, am I missing something, Tehl?
I was.
But it was. They signaled after the play.
Down. It was well after because we were already talking about the tackle. We were talking about the game situation, and then the penalty flag was thrown in the air.
Yeah. I mean, that was well after the whistle blew. So now it's 2nd and 25. Clock starts up again. We're at the 4-minute mark. Misdirection play. And that's Taylor running to his right, and he's swallowed up and only got 2 yards from the 39. Actually, they're only going to say he got 1 yard on the play. Brings up 3rd and 24.
And now, as you said, 3rd and 24. That 15-yard penalty by the freshman wide receiver, and Luke Valdez is looking really bad right now, as that could have been a drive killer. They were already in opposing territory, kind of in 4-down territory, as they were near the 40 of Mount Marty, and all of a sudden They're at their own 40-yard line, 3rd and a mile, and
Yeah.
probably about to punt unless they get something really deep going here.
Yeah.
Lancers are just staying back and playing prevent.
Yep, they're going to drop some guys back, 4-man front now, and dropping back Richardson. Here comes the pressure, steps up, throws into traffic, incomplete over everybody. I think there were 3 white jerseys in the area and only 2 black jerseys.
Lancers dropped 7 back into coverage, and there were 3 right near where they were trying to throw the football. It's not much you can do when you get into 3rd and 24. You know, you can just do what you can, and Lancers were on top of it. Punt formation incoming. That penalty was a drive killer.
Absolutely. And now Fisher Ort drops back to punt. He'll stand at his own 25-yard line. Daniel Pierce stands at his 25-yard line. Long count here. Play clock winding down, but they get it away. A little bit of pressure. Great punt. Pierce backing up, and he calls for the fair catch, and it takes a Warrior bounce inside the 5. Did they get it? No, I think it's a touchback, and it is just by a cat's whisker was that. Almost was down at the 1-yard line.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of the decision by Pierce there. I wanted him to catch that near the 20-yard line. But the
I think
bounce
the wind
came
took
in,
it.
the bounce carried it, and he got away from it, decided not to try it as he was going to run back at it, and it got a good bounce all the way into the end zone. That was very close to Lancers being pinned on their own 1.
In Pierce's defense, I think that ball sailed a little bit farther right as it was coming down. When it was about 10, 15 feet over his head, he had to turn, and he decided to let it go, and I think that was maybe the wise play due to that last-second little gust of wind pushing that football. But the Lancers have it at the 20-yard line, 1st and 10 with exactly 3 minutes left to go in the first quarter. They're up 7-0. Hearts, check that Hirsch running to his right, got 1 yard. Nope, not even that. Right to the line of scrimmage, no gain on the play. Marty football brought to you today in part by Runza. They're trying out a new idea. You can stop in for a bunza. Yeah, that's a bunza with a B. The homemade bread you love, and in a smaller round size, minus the cabbage. They got 3 flavor options: Philly cheesesteak, buffalo chicken, and cheesy dog. It's available in Yankton only. 2nd down and 10. No gain on that last play. 3 receivers out to the left. Here comes the pressure. Pass caught by Broadnax. He's at the 25. Runs to his left. Tackled not at the first down marker. About 3 yards short. Gain of 7 on the play.
That was a great route by Broadnax. Had the corner on him, just completely turned around, made the catch, jab step, got a juke away from him, and then was just working down the field. 3rd and short.
And they're going to run it to Hirsch to the left side. Change direction. 1 yard gain. Ball came out, but it was down.
Yeah, referees are saying that was well down. Waldorf doesn't like it, but it was. We're going to have 4th and short for the Lancers.
Punting unit comes
Punting unit comes on.
They tried to go in a little bit of a hurry there, the Mount Marty, but credit that Waldorf defense for holding there on that 3rd down and 3, limiting Hirsch to only a 1 yard gain. And now Camden Vance will punt it away. He stands at his own 14-yard line. Dropping back deep is Jorge Rivera. He stands at his own 34, and now a penalty flag. Oh, did somebody move?
Oh, I think this is on Waldorf, and it's only 2 yards from the first down. This would give the Lancers a fresh set of downs. If this is on Waldorf, Lancers' drive will continue.
Coach Chappa is out on the field. He's standing right on the 30 marker out on the field of play. Or is that one of the assistant coaches? I think it's one of the assistant coaches. False start on the offense. So both sides were pointing at each other.
Yeah.
And the Lancers back up 5 yards. It'll be 4th down and 7. So Vance had 2 punts blocked last week. He stands at his own 9-yard line. Waldorf a great opportunity to get some field position. Low line drive punt. It's going to hit the back of a Mount Marty player at the 44-yard line. They bounce on it. And did the Lancers recover? There's some players injured for both teams. And they're going to say a Waldorf player then touched it, but I thought it touched a Mount Marty player, but it might have actually touched a Waldorf player. There were two guys standing right at the 45-yard line.
The Lancer offense is trotting out onto the field. I thought it also hit off a Lancer player, but there were guys standing right next to each other. Very easily could have touched them both. The Lancer offense is on the field.
Well,
timeout. Timeout Waldorf. So they're gonna take a moment to maybe talk about this with the officials during this timeout.
All right, we'll step aside for a moment as well. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch for legendary chicken and the best pizza. It's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. You can also call them at 665-1222. Back in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
Do you dread payroll or bookkeeping for your business? What would you do with the hours you spend crunching numbers? Have a relaxing weekend? Enjoy a hobby? Maybe you could actually focus on growing your business. At H&R Block of Yankton, we take care of everything payroll and bookkeeping related, so you can actually focus on other important things. We'll do the counting, so you can do what matters most. Contact locally owned H&R Block of Yankton at 605-665-3366 today.
1:31 left to go, first quarter. Mount Marty 7, Waldorf nothing, along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here. And the Lancer offense back out on the field. They say that punt came down and actually hit a Waldorf player. There was a Lancer player standing right next to him in special teams coverage, but the officials on the field had a better view than we did up here, so Mount Marty gets a break. 1st and 10 from the Waldorf 49-yard line to the run, and Malachi Hart spins in traffic, got about a yard, and that's all. And I got to tell you what, Waldorf here the last couple of possessions, their interior defensive line playing much better. Remember, that defensive line had one total tackle all of last week against Northwestern.
Yeah, Northwestern's offensive line really was able to handle him, and as you said, playing much better today. Second and 9.
Yeah, gain of 1 on that last play, pistol formation. Now Reichen's going to change it up. He has 1 receiver out to the left, 2 out to the right. And now he'll switch Roland, the H-back, over to the right side. Here comes Broadnax in motion. Jet sweep again, and this time the Warriors are ready, but he steps out of a tackle down the sideline across the 40, and he'll have a first down near the 36-yard line. Great running there by Broadnax. It looked like he was going to get bottled up, but patience paid off for him as he waited for his blocks.
That's just what happens sometimes when you got a dynamic athlete. It absolutely should have been a tackle for loss. Waldorf had a man in the backfield and put a hat on him. He was able to get away from him, get to the edge, and just get downfield. First down. That was a great play.
Broadnax out, zone Robinson in at a wide receiver out on the right side for Mount Marty. Handoff, Hart's up the middle, dances through traffic, and he'll get about 3 yards is all across the 35 to the 33-yard line. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Sureco. When you need to be sure, make it Sureco. And we're done with the first quarter of play. Lancers 7, Waldorf nothing. Back with the second quarter in 1 minute right here on KYNT.
Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business, Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of coverage options to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance.
For coverage you can count on, call Brendan Hansen or Brandon Tykrow in Yankton today.
If it's time to review the look of the signage of your business, let Mayer Signs help. They offer all types of signs, including exterior and interior signage, fleet wraps, digital signs, and much more. They also do logo creation and vehicle wraps. Their technicians arrive on site fully equipped to get the installation done with quality workmanship. With the latest tools and technology, Mayer Signs provides high-quality installation service for any sign. Contact Mayer Signs today on 4th and Broadway in Yankton.
1 quarter in the books. Mount Marty had a Waldorf 7 from Fort City, Iowa. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Sunshine on the field. Shade here in the press box area and in the stands. Play action as Riken throws the long ball down the middle. Broadnax open, caught, touchdown, Mount Marty, a brilliant pass.
A beautiful ball from Rugby Riken right in the breadbasket, and a great route from Broadnax, just all speed on the post route down the field. Cut outside, got the defender to turn his hips, and just went right by him. The safety, too slow to get there. He just was all speed to the end zone, and a perfect pass in the breadbasket.
Broadnax, a 6'4", 215-pound junior out of Cleveland, Tennessee, his third catch, second receiving touchdown on the year. Here comes Camden Vance for the point after kick. Noah McDermott, the holder, the kick on the way. It is good. 14:53 left to go here in the second quarter. Lancers up 14-0. We're going to keep it here during the break. Let's check out some of these first quarter stats. Tell what you got on that stat board.
Yeah, for the Lancers now, Rugby Riken is 3 of 4 throwing the football and 2 touchdowns. 3 completed passes, 2 touchdowns. He has 52 yards, 75% completion percentage. Those 3 completed passes, 2 to Rodney Broadnax for 42 yards and that touchdown of 34 right there. The other one to Jackson Waholtz, 1 for 10 and a touchdown as well. Running the football, Lancers have 58 on the ground as a team, 36 from Malachi Hartz. Rodney Broadnax has 12 on 2 end-arounds there. Kyle Hirsch has 2 rushing attempts for 10 yards, averaging 5 yards a carry. On the other end, for Waldorf, Richardson, 1 of 3 for 6 yards in there, throwing the football. Taylor caught it for 6. Tucker has 7 attempts on the ground for 21 yards, averaging 3 yards a carry. Taylor has carried it 4 times for 19, 4.8 yards a carry.
And those stats brought to you by the Meat Lodge. You want top quality meat at great prices? Well, head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. Lilly to kick it off. High end over end kick down the middle of the field. And it's going to be Valdez returning it from the 8-yard line, running to his left. Gets a couple of blocks, stumbles his way forward across the 30. That's a pretty good return out to the 32-yard line for Luke Valdez, the freshman out of San Antonio. That last drive, 4 plays, 49 yards, 3:07 time of possession, 34 yards on the completion for the touchdown. Riken to Broadnax, touchdown number 6 for Rugby Riken on the season. Remember, Ken Gay a couple of years ago had that great season passing-wise, and I tell you what, Rugby Riken may surpass that record here when Ken Gay was one of the top touchdown passers in the country in NAIA football.
Absolutely, a great start to the season, only in obviously game 2, but Riken off to a great start.
Play action throw over the middle, nice pass. It's going to be caught across midfield and stumbling into Lancer territory. I believe that was check that, Caden Peterson. And it's all the way to the 42-yard line. Oh, let's check that. It was Angel Ruiz, the sophomore out of Woodbridge. One wears 6, one wears 8. A little tough to tell there as who caught that pass. But it was Ruiz who catches that pass, his first catch of the year. Nice gain on the play all the way to the 42-yard line of Mount Marty, just what the doctor ordered for the Warriors.
Credit the ball from Tate Richardson. He had a man in his face as he just chucked that one downfield, and it was on a dime.
1st and 10. Warriors operating right to left on your radio dial. They'll go to the run, and a nice strong run by Tucker across the 35. He'll get near the first down marker, near the 33.
On the carry for the Warriors.
Gain of 9, shy of the marker.
Asram Muhammad.
Well, Marty, football brought to you in part today by Mason Schramm. Are you buying or selling? Well, move with Mason and the Move Group. 2nd and 1, playbook wide open here for the Warriors. A lot of options. Pistol formation, 2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right. Mount Marty shows blitz, misdirection play, tackled in the backfield for a loss was Tucker. Oh, that play got blown up.
Yeah, it got blown up right away. Very good play for the Mount Marty Lancers. DJ Brown was first in the backfield, able to wrap up the ball carrier. Heavy loss of 5, 3rd and 6 now incoming, and that's not what you wanted to see for Waldorf.
No, that play took a long time to develop for the Warriors, and that gave that defensive line, because I think also Delonte Dickey was right in there on the action as well. Yeah, it was DJ Brown. Busted up that play. And now it's 3rd and 5. 2 receivers to the left. One out to the right. Shotgun set. They're going to go to the run, and Taylor, and he's going to get close to that first down marker, but not quite there. Official from the sideline says gain of 4 for Cordy Taylor.
It's close enough. They're going to go for this, though. It's 4th and about a yard. That was a great push from the right side of the offensive line for the Waldorf Warriors. They're able to get 5 out of 6, 4th and a little less than a yard.
And here's the thing for Waldorf. 4 of their 5 offensive linemen are over 300 pounds. That is a big offensive line for the Warriors. They're going to go for it. 4th and 1. They'll line up. Shotgun set. One running back to the left of his quarterback. 2 receivers out to the left. 1 out to the right. They're taking their time. I think they're trying to draw them off sides. Play clock down to 0.
Flag is up.
Oh, did they not call timeout in time?
Now they're marching to the sideline. I think they called a timeout. Nope, delay a game.
Wow, I thought they would have called a timeout there and then maybe go for it, but no.
They just didn't snap the ball.
They didn't get the timeout called, so it's a delay of game. Now the 4th down marker is placed back at the 38-yard line.
And it was not a timeout. The clock is moving. They came back to the sideline and huddled up. There's 18 seconds on the play clock, and they're marching back on the field.
Well, the punter is out there, Fisher Ort, and they're going to punt this ball away. Wow. That is a shocking turn of developments.
Watch for a fake here. It's prime territory.
Yeah, if you're going to run a fake, this is the place to do it from the 38-yard line of the Lancers, but it's going to be a punt towards the sideline. Pierce runs over, lets it trickle out of bounds near the 10-yard line, and that's where Marty will have the football, 1st and 10. 11-12 left to go until halftime. Lancers 14, Warriors nothing. And, yeah, color me surprised that they didn't go for it there, especially, as we mentioned, you got that huge offensive line, and you only need a yard. Got to trust those big guys up front if you're Waldorf.
And I was watching the quarterback, and he was clapping his hands, calling for the football. I'm not sure if there was a miscommunication between the quarterback and the center, if they were supposed to snap it there, and center maybe thought they were calling a timeout, but they just didn't get the snap off. And then that led to the punt.
Because normally what you see is they try to draw them off sides, you wind the play clock down, you call timeout, and then you go for it. But they did not do that.
Just botched there.
Yep. From about the 10-yard line, it's going to be Malachi Hart's up the middle. He's got an opening across the 20, to the 30, to the 40, near midfield, bumped out of bounds, a huge gain of nearly 39 yards.
Kyle Hirsch on a big carry for the Lancers.
Oh, Kyle Hirsch. Hirsch with the carry.
First down.
That's quite a run from Kyle Hirsch right there. As we talked about him, he can run the football. He's averaging 5 yards a carry on his first 2 attempts, and that one a big one, all the way out towards the 45.
Yep, they're going to say he stepped out at the 45. That's a gain of nearly 34 yards on that play. 1st and 10 Lancers from their own 45. Play action pass caught Broadnax across midfield. He's at the 40. He is being tackled, and he'll be down near the 38-yard line. Another first down for Mount Marty. They were pinned back deep, but that didn't last long.
Not at all. 2 plays, and they're already in Waldorf territory across the 40-yard line.
And they'll send 2 receivers out to the left side, 1 out to the right. Shotgun set. Hirsch stands to the left of his quarterback. Now he'll put a man in motion. And it's a quick swing pass, and it is going to be caught. And racing to the left sideline, hard hit out of bounds near the 30-yard line. One of the backup wide receivers for Mount Marty. And I believe that was Drushan Phillips, his first catch of the year. But he got a good gain of about 7 on that first down play.
Phillips, a junior out of Pasadena, California there, getting his first touch of the day.
At the 31-yard line.
Ball is down at the 31. Lancers already up 14-0. 9.5 minutes left to go here in the second quarter. Straight drop back. Riken looking over the middle. Outlet man. Oh, it's tipped up into the air, and it's going to be caught by Phillips. And he got it. He got his feet down in bounds. It's a gain of 3 on one of the stranger plays you're ever going to see. Or check that. I think that was Zone Robinson instead of Phillips.
Oh, man, that was one of those plays where a coach goes, no. Wait, yes. Riken threw it with such high velocity, just went through his hands and bounced off of his helmet way up high in the air towards the sideline. He tracks it down, keeps his focus, eyes on the football, grabs it, toe taps, makes the catch. First down.
Doink!
Doink.
Handoff, Hirsch up the middle, has a hole, puts his shoulder pads down, and he'll gain about 6, maybe 7 when it's all done across the 25 to about the 22 or so. It's gonna be second down and gain of about 3, maybe 4 on the play. Penalty flag flies. Pass towards the end zone, double coverage, incomplete. Intended for Zone Robinson in the right corner of the end zone, but a penalty flag was down. It looks like offsides against the defense.
Yeah, all that was he had a free play there, just throw it to the end zone even though it's double coverage. Lancers had a shot with the free 5 yards. It'll be 1st and 10 after this.
Offsides on the defense, and they're going to tag Antoine Smith McAdams from Markham, Illinois. One of the backup players. Gets a lot of playing time, though, but that will move the chains for Mount Marty. 8:21 left, second quarter. Lancers, 14. Waldorf, nothing. Lancers on the move in the red zone. Empty backfield. Riken, quarterback draw, up the middle, has a hole, and he runs to his left, and he dives inside the 10. He's near the first down marker. He'll have it. He's down near the 5-yard line.
Yeah, 1st and goal for the Lancers. Riken on the delayed draw there was just galloping his way through traffic, dodged a couple of tacklers, and got all the way down to the 5.
Riken, very quick, very fast runner, and he demonstrated it on that play. Ball, I believe, is right at the 5-yard line. 1st and goal.
Here's Hartz in the game.
Hartz deep, takes the handoff to his left, puts his shoulder down, dives forward, touchdown.
Malachi Hartz on the carry.
5 yards on the touchdown run, and the Lancers are up 20-0 with 7:32 left, waiting on the PAT.
Well, we know Malachi Hartz is hard to get on the ground, and he showed it there. A guy hanging off of him. He's able to extend the ball and just hit the pylon as he goes out of bounds. Touchdown, Lancers. Hartz, they bring him into the game when they're inside the 5 and 1st and goal. You knew they were going to him.
That is his first rushing touchdown of the season. And here will be the point after kick coming up by Camden Vance. Snap on target. Kick on the way. Good. 7:32 left until halftime. Lancers 21. Waldorf nothing. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Buying a home isn't just about real estate. It's about investing in yourself. At the Move Group, we believe the best time to buy is when it makes sense for you. Our expert agents put people before transactions, meaning we listen first, provide honest guidance, and help you make a confident decision. No pressure, no gimmicks. Markets change, but the right home is about more than just numbers. It's about finding the right fit for your life and your future. When you're ready, we're here to help. Contact the Move Group today.
Officially 6 yards on that touchdown run by Malachi Hartz. 8 plays, 75 yards. 3:06 time of possession for Mount Marty, and they've jumped out to a 21-0 lead here on the road in Forest City against Waldorf. 7:32 left until halftime. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. A great start here for Mount Marty. Kind of similar to last week when they jumped in front of Clark by 3 touchdowns early. And here comes Thompson on the return, collects it inside the 10, and he's going to be bottled up near the 17-yard line. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Foreman Charters. Let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. See upcoming tours at foremanbus.com.
Ball to the 17-yard line. First down, Warriors.
So Waldorf's got some work to do here. They got plenty of time. Got 2 timeouts left. And they have it 1st and 10 near their own 17-yard line. They operate right to left on your radio dial here in the second quarter. 1 man out either side. Double tight end set. One running back. Check that, 2 running backs in the backfield, and they'll run it to the left. Not much there for Cordy Taylor. Got back to the line of scrimmage, and that's all. Actually, they lost half a yard on the play.
Tackles made by Delonte Dickey.
Delonte Dickey on the stop there for the Lancers. Lancers have had a couple TFLs so far today.
Second and 11 coming up for the Warriors. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by the Meat Lodge. You want top quality meat at great prices? Head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. Second down and 11.
I believe that was the 4th tackle for loss of the game so far.
Play action. Pass, wide receiver screen, caught by Valdez on the right side. He's hit right away and lunges forward for about a 3-yard gain, but not much there, Tehl.
Yeah, and he got hit hard by 2 or 3 different Lancers there. One of them hit him hard, and then he bounced right into another man who came in and hit him hard and hit the ground.
Third down coming up. DJ Brown's going to get a break. See who checks in on that defensive line to replace him. Might be Corey Chavez.
About the 19-yard line.
And it is. He'll be at that left defensive tackle. Every now and then, Mount Marty will shift up to a 4-man front. Normally they're a 3-4, but they bring sometimes that kind of pass rushing linebacker in. So they got 4 down linemen here on 3rd down and 9. Play action, pass, high, caught over the middle, first down at the 32-yard line. That was a great catch by Valdez.
Looked like the Lancers only actually sent 2 after the quarterback. I think they dropped 9 there. They had 2 of their ends just drop back 2 steps and just kind of set the edge and wait. 2 go after the quarterback. Everybody else is back. And still Waldorf is able to throw over the middle of the field. Very good spot in the zone.
Yeah, that was a great pass there by Tate Richardson. First down and 10 Waldorf. 5:20 and counting here in the second quarter. Lancers up 21-zip. 2 receivers down to the left, 1 to the right. 1 running back in the backfield. He'll take the handoff, and that will be Tucker up the middle. He'll push the pile forward, but not a whole lot there. Maybe with second effort he got 3. That was a great second effort there by Tucker.
Gain of 4 yards.
Well, they're going to give him 4 yards unofficially, or officially. Second down and 6 coming up for Waldorf. Again, if you're Waldorf, you don't have to be in panic mode. You just have to have a good drive down here in the waning moments of the second quarter. Get some points on the scoreboard.
Yeah, this game's certainly not done. You just need to go get something. As you said, you need points on this drive.
Second and 6, 2 men to the left, 1 man out to the right. 1 back in the backfield. Check the 2 backs in the backfield. Fullback dive, and that's going to be Tucker up the middle. He'll have a first down across the 45, or across the 40 to the 43. That's enough for a first down for Waldorf. They'll stop the clock momentarily, set the chains. Waldorf on the move at their own 43-yard line. First down and 10. Mount Marty football brought to you today in part by Slowey Management. Call the Fairfield Marriott or the Holiday Inn Express and Yankton Direct for great rates and flexible reservation changes. First and 10, Warriors. 2 men in the backfield. They're going to go under center, and it's a quarterback draw. Busted play, tackled in the backfield for a loss.
They just had to get the snap off. The play clock was running down on them and end up going for a loss. I wasn't even sure they got the snap off. I saw 0.
Yeah, and they had their quarterback for the first, I think maybe for the first time this game operating under center, which is a strange enough thing in all levels of football these days. Yeah, it used to be, you only go into the shotgun on 3rd and long, but that was a long, long time ago in football. Now everybody works out of the shotgun. Second and 11. Ball back at the 42-yard line. 3 men out to the left, 1 to the right. Now it's the empty backfield. Pressure coming. Sack! Back at the 33-yard line. That's Cameron Jones.
Out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. He's a junior, 6'3", 240-pound man. Came off that left edge. Great move to get in the backfield and take down the quarterback. Long 3rd down incoming.
2:35 and counting. 3rd and 20 coming up for Waldorf. Lancers do have all 3 timeouts left.
If the Lancers can get this stop here on 3rd and 20, they're going to have plenty of time for an offensive drive. And remember, the Lancers will receive the second half kickoff.
And they also get the 2-minute timeout as well. We're coming up on that. Play action. Richardson throws across the middle, and it is going to be incomplete. No, they're going to say it's a catch, but well shy of the first down marker at the 45-yard line. And we're going to have a timeout called by Mount Marty, or are we going to hit the 2-minute timeout?
Well, there's 2:01 on the clock. I'm not sure if the clock operator just stopped it a second too early or... Nope. Now everybody's back out there. I think they've all realized they got to snap it one more time.
Well, it's 4th down and 7.
Not sure why the clock stopped, though. The clock should be running.
It was a pass completed in the middle of the field. And all right, so we are at the 2-minute timeout.
Okay.
2 minutes will be on the game clock when we come back. It is 21-0. Lancers on top of Waldorf. We'll take a break, come back. This timeout is the 2-minute timeout. And that's brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. We're back in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
If you want a job where your work matters, you belong at Avera. Here, we've invested in our workforce because every Avera team member drives our health ministry forward, making a difference in lives and communities every day. We offer competitive pay, great health insurance, and even career opportunities. We're putting people first, including you. Search for local job openings and apply at avera.org/careers.
2 minutes left to go until halftime. Mount Marty in front of Waldorf. 21-0. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. 4th and 7 coming up for Waldorf. They got to punt it away. Fisher Ort will stand around his own 30-yard line. Daniel Pierce drops back inside his own 20 to receive the punt. Sunshine here in Forest City. Chilly day, 60 degrees. See if we have a fake here, perhaps.
I would think this is not the situation for that.
Low snap, but a good punt away, angling towards the sideline, and it will be out of bounds near the 37-yard line, and that's where Mount Marty will take over. They're up 21-0. They do have all 3 timeouts. So what do? Do you play it safe if you're Mount Marty?
Oh, go get some points. What are you talking about? 1:52 on the clock, 3 timeouts. Go down the field. You're going to get the ball coming out of halftime as well. You got a chance to go 2 for 1 and make this a 35-0 ball game if you're able to execute on offense. Got to try something.
I would think you'd want to. And the thing is, with the timeouts, Mount Marty can, if they want to, work the middle of the field. They'll have 2 men out to the left, 1 out to the right. Play action. Reichen rolling out to his right, throws the long ball, holds up into the air, and it's going to be tapped away, incomplete. Wahol's the intended receiver at the 32-yard line of the Warriors.
Yeah, Reichen had Waholtz with 2 steps on his defender way downfield, had a chance at him, but saw it just a little bit too late, waited to throw the ball, and then it was a little out of his range. Waholtz had to come back for it.
I wonder if the wind maybe knocked that one down a little bit. Again, it's not as bad as it was at kickoff, but the wind is moving from south to north here in Forest City, and I think the wind kind of held up that pass. 2nd and 10. Coming up, pistol formation. Now Hirsch moves over to the left of his quarterback, and some confusion. And Mount Marty is going to call a timeout with 1:44 left to go. They're up 21-0. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. You can call them at 665-1222. Back in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
The Great Plains Athletic Conference is committed to being champions in the classroom, in our communities, and in competition. And we are also proud to be an NAIA 5-star Champions of Character Conference. To learn more about the GPAC, follow us on social media on Instagram, X, and Facebook. And watch the GPAC on the GPAC Network. The Great Plains Athletic Conference, academic and athletic excellence since 2000.
Back here in Forest City, Iowa, home of the Waldorf Warriors. It's Mount Marty on top 21-0. A minute 44 left to go until halftime. Along with Tehl, Tanner, Steve Thum. And we just heard from the commissioner, Corey Westra, talking about the champions of character. And I've spoken with the commissioner and other people, athletic directors and coaches and presidents around the conference. That is very prestigious honor and award when they start handing out the champions of character as we get to action. Ryken's going to scramble. He's got a wide open field across the 30 to the 40 and runs out of bounds near the 45-yard line. Saves a timeout, 1st and 10 and Tehl. You know, again, we talk about champions of character, and that's something that the commissioner really, really loves, handing out those awards at the end of the year.
And it's something Mount Marty focuses on quite a bit. You know, that Benedictine leadership they always talk about at Mount Marty. Sportsmanship matters here.
Yes, and that's throughout the conference. And
100%.
Yes, and again, this conference is a 5-star conference when it comes to champions of character. So many young men and young women in these sports teams across the conference do great things in their community. Ryken, straight drop back out of the shotgun, has a ton of time. Now he'll scramble, running to his left, looks for a blocker, runs out of bounds, across the 45 near the 47-yard line.
Credit the DBs, back-to-back plays. They were able to lock down the Lancer receivers. Ryken had to scramble twice. The first one got quite a few yards out of it. This time only 2.
2nd down and about 8 coming up. Clock stops with a minute 27 left. Mount Marty, 2 timeouts. That's what they've got to work with. And they're at their own 46-yard line. 2nd down and 8.
Still plenty of time.
Yep. And again, with the 2 timeouts, you can work the middle of the field. Straight drop back. Ryken, a little pressure now, throws over the head of Wahols, incomplete at the 45-yard line of the Warriors.
That's the 2nd time Ryken has missed his check down over in the flat. Both times Wahols just right over his head.
Yeah, he was open too. That was going to be a 1st down. And he was right near the sideline, so he could have gotten out of bounds and saved the timeout too.
Absolutely.
3rd down and 8 coming up for the Lancers. They're up 21-0, a minute 21 on the clock here in quarter number 2. Lancers trying to add to that 3-touchdown lead. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Play action. Ryken scrambling, being pursued. Turns, runs to his left, to the sideline. Loads up, throws a ball to the middle of the field. It's going to be almost intercepted. Dropped at the 45-yard line by a defensive back. That was Marcus Arthur. The senior had the ball in his hands in a wide open field in front of him, and the Lancers dodged a bullet.
Oh, man, that was a gift. That was a gift to Marcus Oliver, that linebacker. As he was back just waiting for it, Ryken was scrambling, rolling to his left, and decided to throw all the way across the field to the right. You cannot do that as a quarterback, and it was nearly 6 for the defense. He just straight dropped it. Nobody around him. That was 6 if he catches it. And it was right in the breadbasket.
Yeah,
of the defender,
Vance
too.
punts it away. It bounces near the 20, and it's going to roll down inside the 10, inside the 5. And are they going to get a touchback?
Nope.
Yes, touchback. They couldn't down it inside the 5. It just bounced away from the special teams unit.
2nd time today we've almost seen a team get pinned at the 1. The Lancer is so close to getting it there. First guy there was able to tap it and keep it in, but the second guy accidentally kicked it as he was moving too fast. 58 seconds to go. Now it's Warriors with a chance to get down the field.
Yeah, they've got 2 timeouts. Now the scoreboard says 3.
Yeah, it should be 2.
It should be 2. Yeah, they did call 1 earlier. So even though the scoreboard says 3, I'm going to say 2 timeouts for Waldorf left. 1st and 10. They're at their own 20-yard line. 2 receivers out to the right, 1 to the left. But they're going to play it safe and go on the ground. And that's going to be a running play and not much there, about a 2-yard gain. And I believe that was Anthony Tucker, and it looks like the Warriors are going to play it safe. Let's see if they come quickly to the line.
They might be content just taking it to halftime, just running it and taking their time here.
Cordy Taylor in, Tucker out at running back, 35 seconds and counting. And now the officials holding up play, allowing substitutions.
Lancers are substituting very slowly because Waldorf substituted. Lancers get to do it too, and they're doing it very slowly, taking their time, getting off the field. Now there's only 20 seconds left. That's great strategy for Mount Marty.
Yep. Play action, pass, incomplete, miscommunication. Receiver ran inside, pass went to the sideline, incomplete near the 32-yard line, and we got a player down.
Well, there was pushing and shoving after the play. Waldorf threw a Lancer player to the ground, and there have been no flags so far.
Jacoby Mays was flat on his back and got up clapping as if to signal maybe that's a penalty against Mount Marty, but I don't see any handkerchiefs on the ground.
Flags. So it's just going to be 3rd down with 11 seconds to go. You'd expect Lancers try and just stomp the run here. Waldorf going to try and take this to half. Go back to that last play, though. Waldorf substituted on offense. They brought out a wide receiver and a new one in, which meant the Lancers get a chance to substitute as well. The defense, equal opportunity there. So they trotted that defensive lineman slowly off the field. Took about 30 seconds to get off the field, which winded down the clock.
Handoff, and it's going to go to Taylor down the left sideline across the 30 to the 40-yard line. He runs out of bounds with 4.5 seconds left. Nice run there by Cordy Taylor, junior out of Lehigh Acres, Florida.
It's a great run, but there's just not enough time left in the half to do much with it. 4.5 seconds. This will probably be the last play of the half. I don't know the arm of Waldorf, but you're looking at 60 yards to the end zone on a Hail Mary here.
They're going to put an extra second and a half, so it'll be 6 seconds on the clock. This should be the last play of the half. Remember, the half cannot end on a defensive penalty. So Richardson's going to drop back. Maybe try a bomb downfield. Maybe you do a little razzle-dazzle play here, you know, the old hook and lateral. They'll have 2 receivers out to the right side, 1 out to the left. Pistol formation from the 41-yard line. 1st and 10, and they're going to throw the ball. Pass hangs up in the air near the sideline. It's going to be intercepted. But the clock has run out. Let's see who got that interception. That was Arthur Oliver who picks it off here as the second quarter comes to a close. Lancers ahead 21-0 here at the intermission. We're going to take a timeout, come back, and have our halftime report. It's being brought to you by Parker Hannafin. You know, it's day 1 of your new career, and Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions, offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area. All beginning on day 1. Learn more at parker.com. Along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here. Lancers 21, Warriors nothing at the break. Back in a couple of minutes with the halftime report right here on KYNT.
Craving a sip of sunshine? Meet Surfside, iced tea, green tea, or lemonade. Real flavor, real juice mixed with vodka, but only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles. Whether you're into peach tea, mango green tea, or strawberry lemonade, Surfside brings the party, smart and smooth. It's like sunshine in a can with adult approval. Must be 21 or older. Surfside, 0 bubbles, all vibes.
FM 1021 and AM 1450. KYNT, Yankton.
Farming is hard work. Between managing crops, livestock, and equipment, there's not much time left to handle financing and loans. At Dakota Mac, we can help you do the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing. Whether you're a full-time farmer, an investor, or a young and beginning farmer, we're here for you for all your ag lending needs. Let Dakota Mac help you work smarter, not harder.
Hi, it's Jeff Wolfgram from Dakota Mac. Call us at 800-682-4578 to learn how Dakota Mac products can work for you.
We've got football fever at Lewis and Clark Ford. And with the Bucks and Lancers, we got a lot to cheer about. Yankton fans are also cheering the great lineup at Lewis and Clark Ford. Our roster of brand new Fords begins with the quarterback, the F-150, the speedy receiver, the Mustang, the hard-working lineman, the Ford Super Duty truck, and the star running back, the Bronco. See our team at lewisandclarkford.com or at our playing field, 4th and Capitol, Yankton.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
And welcome back to Forest City, Iowa, home of the Waldorf University Warriors. It's the road team ahead. Mount Marty leading Waldorf 21-0 here at the intermission. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum, and wow, this is a quick-moving first half here in Forest City.
Yeah, it really was. 6:05 p.m. The first half went just over an hour of game time. There's actually 2.5 minutes have passed. It was like 6:02, 6:03, an hour pretty much total for the first half. That's quick.
And a great first half by the road team, the Mount Marty Lancers. They're in control 21-0 here at the break, and they have benefited passing game. And Waldorf has made some mistakes, including some key penalties at bad times that have really hampered the Warriors, and it seems like they're kind of their own worst enemy, Tehl.
It's kind of been what's happening. Waldorf's been shooting themselves in the foot, and the Lancers have took advantage. You go back to that one really, really bad. The one drive Waldorf had where they were going down the field in Lancer territory, looking like they were about to put points up, and then they have an unsportsmanlike penalty after the play on first down for 15 yards. Backs them up. It was 2nd and 25 all of a sudden, and they just couldn't recover. You know, that's a very good example of them kind of shooting themselves in the foot today.
Yeah, that was maybe the telltale play of the first half. Let's check out the rundown brought to you by Runza. Now, Runza's trying out a new idea. Stop in for a bunza. Yeah, it's bunza with a B. The homemade bread you love, but in a smaller, round size, minus the cabbage. They have 3 flavor options: Philly cheesesteak, buffalo chicken, and cheesy dog. Only available at the Yankton Runza. And let's check out the scoring drives here in this first half of play. And I tell you what, it's been, I think, a really balanced attack here as far as the scoring drives go. When Mount Marty's gotten it going, man, they have been clicking in both the run and the pass.
Absolutely. You go back to that first drive of the game for the Mount Marty Lancers. We talked about how impressive it was, kind of from a play calling standpoint of everything they did worked there. They really mixed it up well. They go downfield. It was 5 plays, 53 yards, 1 minute and 48 seconds is all, and it ended up being Rugby Reichen's first touchdown pass of the day. A little screen pass to Jackson Waholtz on the left edge. Waholtz had a man in his face, dodged him, got to the outside, got into the end zone for 6. Next time out is the very next drive for the Lancers. Reichen goes way downfield. Rodney Broadnax for 34 yards. Broadnax just all speed, ran past the defense. Reichen put it in the bread basket. It was a 4-play drive, 49 yards. Took 3 minutes off the clock, even though it was only 4 plays. It was actually a long drive. And then the next play out, that one was more slow, more methodical. 8 plays, 75 yards, 3:06 taken off the clock with 7:32 left in the second quarter, and it was Malachi Hartz finishing it off, 6-yard touchdown run to end it, and that put him up 21-0.
Let's check out the game stats brought to you by the Meat Lodge. You want top quality meat at great prices? Well, head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. Tehl, what you got on that stat board?
Yeah, plays and yards. Lancers have run 25 plays today, 204 yards of offense. Waldorf, 30 plays, 132 yards of offense. When it comes to running the football, the Lancers 120 yards on the ground in the first half, 42 from Malachi Hartz, and, well, actually, this is not accurate. It's saying 18 for Kyle Hirsch, but we saw him have about a 30-yard run in the first half, so I guess these are not fully updated, but the Lancers have 120 yards on the ground in the online stats, and we know for a fact they actually have more than that. which is very impressive. Waldorf on the other end, 71 right at the moment in rushing yards, 49 from Tucker, 38 from Taylor. Rugby Riken throwing the football. He's 5 of 10, had a couple incompletions at the end of the half to kind of skew the completion percentage, but 84 yards and 2 touchdowns for the redshirt sophomore. On the other end, Richardson, who kind of had to step up this week after the starting quarterback went down last week. He's 5 of 9 for 61 yards and that end of half interception we saw there. Receiving, Ruiz has 2 catches for 39, Valdez 2 for 16, Taylor 1 for 6 for Waldorf. For the Lancers, Rodney Brodnax, 2 catches, 42 yards and a touchdown. Waholtz has 1 for 10 and a touchdown. 30 yards for Lichty. And Zone Robinson 1 for 2.
Yeah, I believe they erred in giving a pass reception to somebody who wasn't in the game there on the official stat board for Mount Marty. The thing that stands out to me is time of possession. 21 minutes and 6 seconds for Waldorf, 8:54 for Mount Marty. So Waldorf winning the time of possession battle, but the Lancers up 21-0 on the scoreboard, reinforcing the fact that time of possession is the most misleading stat in all of football.
It really is. Oh, my gosh. 21-9 there. That's crazy, and the Lancers are winning 21-0.
And the stats, once again, brought to you by the Meat Lodge. While we got just a quick second here, let's check out the Gerstner Oil scoreboard. We're going to check out scores from the Great Plains Athletic Conference. 3 games in the book. Dort at home beats Dakota Wesleyan and Howe 66-7. It was Morningside running away from Briar Cliff 58-17. And then Midland beat Hastings earlier today at Hastings 24-9. Again, Concordia and Dort, they're going to kick off in about an hour.
Major college football, the Cyhawk game earlier today. Iowa State over Iowa, 16-13. Came down to the very end. Iowa, last-second drive down the field with 2 minutes to go. They get sacked twice in 2 plays and an incompletion on 4th down. Iowa State wins that one. Baylor upsets number 17 SMU today in overtime, 48-45. SMU missing kicks throughout the game. A tough thing for them. Penn State over FIU, 34-0. Texas A&M over Utah State, 44-22. Games going on right now. Number 20 Ole Miss versus unranked Kentucky, 27-20 Ole Miss in the lead. Unranked Troy is really battling with number 8 Clemson right now, 16 apiece at the start of the third quarter here. 10 minutes left in the third.
Yeah, and actually Clemson just kicked actually they went for 2 and got it. Or actually, no, it was extra point. It was good. So that is 17-16 now Clemson. But Troy was leading that game for a while. Utah ahead of Cal Poly. And, again, earlier today it was Ohio State over Grambling 70-0. Oregon clobbered Oklahoma State 69-3. I know Oklahoma State struggled last year, and I know Oregon's really good, but wow, some trouble down at Oklahoma State. Well, we've got an interview that's coming up here at halftime. Tehl, who are we going to talk to here at the break?
A new face to Mount Marty University and Dr. Daniel Perotti. Our own Jeff Erickson sat down with her earlier this week. We'll play that interview up next.
And that halftime interview brought to you by Marlowe, Woodward, and Huff Attorneys in Yankton. 21-0, Lancers up here at the break. Back in just a moment right here on KYNT.
Have you heard about Slowey Management's latest upgrades at the Holiday Inn Express in Yankton? Well, it's some big news. Renovations are being done on all rooms and the hotel's breakfast area. Once all the work is complete, it'll be like stepping into a brand new hotel. If you're arranging rooms for business travelers or family, they will love the incredible improvements at the Holiday Inn Express in Yankton. And as always, for competitive rates and flexible reservation changes, contact the Holiday Inn Express direct.
Looking for the easy way to travel? Well, let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. Here are some 2026 tours coming up. Experience the full-scale replica of Noah's Ark with the Ark Encounter Tour leaving in May. Visit Michigan's historic resort destination, Mackinac Island, in June. Also in June, head for the hills and the famous Medora musical. And see the Grand Canyon and other Southwest National Parks in July. For more on Foreman Charters tours, go to foremanbus.com.
Did you know Sureco offers more than just egg tarts? Sherco now extends our leading tarp systems, industry know-how, and top-level service to construction, flatbed, and waste applications. Sherco offers manual and electric tarp systems for not only grain trailers and carts, but also side dumps, end dumps, belly dumps, roll-offs, flatbeds, and more. To learn more, contact your authorized Sherco distributor or find us at Sherco.com. Demand the best. Demand Sherco.
It's game on at Yankton Pizza Ranch. Our buffet is loaded with hot pizzas, sweet desserts, and the country's best chicken. Plenty of food and plenty of room for a whole team or your whole family, whether you're celebrating a big win or just hungry for one. Everybody leaves full and happy. So huddle up and make it a buffet day every day from 11 to 8 at Yankton Pizza Ranch.
It's where life tastes better. Surround 'em up and head her down to the Pizza Ranch. Whoa, that's good.
More pay, more benefits, more opportunity. Parker of Yankton is hiring second shift assemblers and a variety of other positions. With competitive wages plus a night shift pay differential. Enjoy great health insurance, paid time off, retirement benefits, and a team that helps you succeed. Whether you're starting fresh or looking to advance, this is your chance to earn more while building a career you can count on. Don't wait. Apply today and make your next move your best move.
Parker, engineering your success.
Heartland Humane Society needs your help finding forever homes for over 750 pets. Pets in the shelter's care are fully vaccinated, microchipped, and always great with people. You can help by volunteering to walk a dog or cuddle a cat, by fostering a pet for just the weekend or long term, by making a donation to cover an animal's care, or by choosing adoption. To learn more, visit heartlandhumanesociety.net.
All right, welcome back to the Parker Hannafin Halftime Show as we roll through our halftime interview now from Marlowe, Woodward, and Huff, attorneys in Yankton. Marlowe, Woodward, and Huff. Let's roll through it now. A new face on the campus of Mount Marty University this year, Dr. Danielle Perotti. Dr. Danielle Perotti sat down with our own Jeff Erickson here at Riverfront Broadcasting earlier this week. Let's hear a little snippet of that talk.
How long have you been in Yankton?
I think I have finished 8 weeks. I got here the 1st of July.
You're pretty new.
Yes, very new.
Well, we want to find out about you, what you do, where you came from, and your impression of Yankton and how's it going. Are you up for all that?
Sure.
All right. I know you're a PhD and an RN, right?
Yes, that's
I wanted to get your letters right. And you are the VP for Health Affairs and Chief Nursing Officer. So my first question was going to be, who did you replace? But as it turns out, you didn't replace anybody.
Well, I didn't replace anyone directly. Dr. Kathy Magorian was the dean for nursing, and she retired. She departed in late July, early August.
But the title is kind of a new title.
The title has changed. The job has evolved to be a little bit more current and help us move forward in the current healthcare environment.
And where did you come from, Dr. Danielle?
Well, I jokingly call myself a little bit of a gypsy. So I grew up in Massachusetts, but most recently I was in Idaho. I was at Idaho State University with their nursing program.
So how come I don't hear a Boston accent? Did Idaho eliminate that, and then you just came here to the middle?
There's been a few states in between there. So
Okay.
I will. My kids used to joke that they knew they were in trouble if my Boston came out, and they knew they were sick if my Texas came out.
Aw.
So I did go to work in Texas right after I had graduated originally with my degree in nursing. So I learned to be a nurse talking Texas. So sometimes you'll hear a y'all come out of me. So my accent gets a little funny, depends on where I am.
All right, you got a little bit of everything.
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, I don't know if Yankton has an accent, but hopefully you're liking it here.
I love Yankton.
Oh, you mentioned kids. We'd like to hear about them.
I actually have a daughter who lives out in the Rapid City, past Rapid City, out in Whitewood near Spearfish. I have another one still in Iowa who made her home there, and my third one is in Denver. I have 3 grown daughters.
Kind of spread out, but still reachable.
Still reachable as long as you don't mind a good road trip.
What were you doing before you came here, and then what led to coming here?
So I had a really exciting time leading undergraduate nursing at Idaho State University for several years. And that was a wonderful time for me. It was really the moment when I changed from practice to education. And I learned all about faculty and academia there. And then I got a call one day that Mount Marty had this new position. And to be quite honest, I said no thanks 2 or 3 times before the recruiter finally said, please, will you just read the job description? And I gave in because, he was begging. So I gave in to the 3rd time. And that's when I said, oh, this is really new and interesting. The position, because it is a new one, is one that's really exciting to me. It's open to a lot of possibilities, and it's really a wonderful match for my previous experience with a little bit of everything in it. And it is open to finding a new path, and that's an exciting thing for me. So I was thrilled to learn about it and talk with them.
You feel you're off to a good start with the school year just underway, and you being new, are things off and running in a good direction?
It is. I got to meet students last week when they came back to campus, and as soon as students are back, everything gets more fun. I will tell you, the first few weeks of being kind of empty on campus was a little bit lonely, but now the students are back, the faculty's back. There's such an energy with undergrads that it's really exciting to be around.
Once again, that's new face on campus and Dr. Danielle Parati. Welcome to Mount Marty University. This is KYNT's coverage. Mount Marty football at Waldorf will come back. Second half action around the corner.
Beef, pork, seafood, poultry, and more, all at the Meat Lodge in Yankton. Get top quality meats at great prices. They have specialty items like lamb, brisket, bison, mahi-mahi, crab legs, and lobster. They even have non-meat options like Dimmick cheese, pickled items, seasonings, and sauces. The Meat Lodge in Yankton on the way to the lake on Highway 52. For more, call 689-3000 or go to themeatlodge.com.
As a proud community bank, Core Trust delivers more than just checking and savings accounts. We invest in the cities and towns where we live and work by volunteering to coach youth sports teams, supporting local charities and the arts with our time and resources. Whether we live in a rural town in South Dakota or a suburban city in Minnesota, it's a place we call home. Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations.
Member FDIC.
Halftime here in Forest City, Iowa. It's Mount Marty ahead of Waldorf, 21-0, along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here. Halftime winding down, and our halftime being brought to you by Parker Hannafin. As the teams come back out of the locker room, Lancers up 21-0. They will get the football to start this 3rd period of play and tell a golden opportunity here for the Lancers to really put a lot of distance between them and the Warriors.
Absolutely. They're up 21-0 at the half, had 3 very quality drives, and then 2 drives near the end of the half that kind of petered out toward the end of it. They weren't able to cash in the final 5 minutes, so they really need to start very strong here in the second half, because this game not out of reach by any means. If the Lancers come up short on this opening drive of the second half, then Waldorf goes and scores. Suddenly it's a 2-score game with an entire half left.
And Waldorf almost got a pick 6 near the end of that second period of play, as Marcus Arthur had the ball right in his hands in a wide open field in front of him, but he couldn't hang on a pass where Rugby Riken, really one of the few mistakes he made in the first half, throwing the ball across the field, rolling out to his left, tried to coming back to a right, threw the ball across the field, and the defense had plenty of time to react, and they almost got the pick 6, but luckily the defender dropped the ball, and now the Lancers will receive the getting kickoff for the 3rd period of play. Drewson Phillips, Jacob Carbajal dropped back deep to receive the kickoff from Connor Parker. He'll do the kicking duties for Waldorf. 21-0 here at the break. And the second half of this football game brought to you by Core Trust Bank. At Core Trust, raise your expectations. Member FDIC. Sunny skies. Lights not on here yet, but they will be turned on at some time in the second half. And here comes the kickoff. End-over-end kick. Collected near the 5-yard line by Carbajal, running to his left. An open field. It's closed up quickly, but he gets to the 30-yard line.
Yeah, decent return to start things off, and the Lancers trot out their offense, and here comes the young redshirt sophomore quarterback and Rugby Riken to lead him out there. It'll be Malachi Hartz starting off the second half as a running back.
And Hartz with a pretty good half. 5 carries, 42 yards, including a touchdown. The Lancers operate right to left on your radio dial, up 21-zip. Here, first play of the third quarter. Comes Roland in motion. H-back now on the left side. Handoff up the middle. Hartz, 2 hands on the ball, gets stopped, spins to his right, stays on his feet, but he only got 2 yards.
Yeah, the defensive line for Waldorf, not a bad job so far today. We've seen a lot of those 1-2 yard runs. Now, the Lancers have had a couple of big plays where they're able to get yardage down the field, but for the most part, it's been a lot of these 1, 2, 3 yard runs.
And again, that defensive line really did not have a good game last week for Waldorf. 1 combined tackle against Northwestern. But again, Northwestern number 7 team in the country. Hartz, misdirection play to the right side, has a hole across the 35. Churning the legs, he's still going forward, and he'll have the first down at the 41-yard line. Move the chains.
All effort from Hartz right there. He's just so hard to bring down. Got into the pile and just kept it churning. Once again, just keep them legs moving. Got all the way downfield for first down. Lancers are moving.
That was a great effort by Malachi Hartz, the senior out of Merced, California. Just underway, third quarter. Lancers up 21-0. They get the ball to start this third period of play. Waholes goes in motion from left to right. 2 receivers still on the left side. Straight drop back. Riken looking to throw over the middle. It's going to be caught. Waholes across midfield to the 46-yard line. First down, Lancers.
Yeah, that's a great play there. Waholes, his second catch today. His first one went for 6, as you remember from that first quarter. A screen pass he took to the house from 10 yards out. This time downfield, good pass, right in the middle of his own defense. Just stopped, waited for it, brought it in.
At the 45, first down, Hartz up the middle across the 40, and the end of the trail for him is near the 43-yard line, gain of 7.
On the carry.
Good mix of run and pass here so far for the Lancers early on here in the third quarter. Lancer football brought to you in part by Pizza Ranch for legendary chicken and the best pizza. It's Pizza Ranch on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. Second down and 3. Lancers shift things up. Brinsley moves over to the left side at a tight end. Play action. Throw towards the end zone into double coverage, and it is going to be incomplete. They tried that pass to Broadnax. 2 defenders were right there.
Yeah, it's the exact play they scored a touchdown on from about this point in the field back in the first quarter, I believe. The second touchdown of the game. Broadnax just on the post route, down the field, was able to outrun everybody. This time the safety was ready for it, was on top of it, into double coverage, and they're knocking it away.
Third down and about 3. And now under center will be Riken, with Hartz behind him in the running back position. Handoff, Hartz to his right, upended, and he's shy of the marker as he went head over heels. Depends on the forward progress. He's shy by a yard at the 36-yard line.
Yeah, that's a good spot. Hartz tried to hurdle, and he had his legs taken out and front flipped in the air, landed hard, a yard short. Fourth down. Here we go.
And they're going for the brotherly shove, and penalty flags fly. I think somebody might have moved.
Yeah, I think the Lancers got a little too quick there. They had the yardage, got the first down, but it won't stand.
This one should back them up 5. False start on the offense. And they're going to tag.
Number 7, that's actually Hartz, the running back.
So now the ball's back to the 41-yard line, and it looks like the punting unit coming on for the Lancers. They're going to try to pin the Warriors back deep. So for Waldorf, bend but don't break on the defensive side.
Now here's something that is interesting, though. You're on the other side of the field, 41-yard line. This is prime territory to fake it. And here it is.
They're going to go for the fake. It looks like they shift up the formation, and it's a snap, and it gets back through the feet of the punter, and he's running backwards and tackled at the 28-yard line. That was Josh Stahl, the backup quarterback, took the snap, but it was well shy. He couldn't handle it. It went through his legs, and a great opportunity here for Waldorf.
Wow. Yeah, Lancers tried to fake it there. They did, and then the snap just dribbled back to him. We saw it twice last week. A bad snap on a punt led to 2 blocks. That one hit the ground twice before it even got to the punter, who's actually a quarterback in there, and Josh Stahl went through his legs and just kept going backwards. All the way inside the 30 now is Waldorf. It's one of those situations where Stahl, you pick it up and you throw it. You just get them back to the original line of scrimmage. They got an extra 20 yards out of that, did Waldorf. A little more.
Huge loss on that play. And there's going to be a little handoff up the middle, and not much there for the running back for Waldorf. Gain of 2 from the 28 to the 26.
Anthony
Tucker on the run.
In on the tackle, number 0.
2nd and 8 coming up. Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Parker Hannafin. It's day 1 of your new career, and Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions, offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area, all beginning on day 1. Learn more at parker.com. 2nd and 8, 11 minutes left to go, 3rd quarter. Lancers up on top of the Warriors, 21-0, but the Warriors on the move here with great field position. 2nd and 8 at the Lancer 26. Play action pass, incomplete screen pass intended for Rivera, well off the mark.
It's going to bring up 3rd down already, 3rd and 8. Warriors have got to do something with this field position here. They've got to go cash in.
Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Lewis and Clark Ford. They're a proud sponsor of Mount Marty Athletics. Visit them at 4th and Capitol in Yankton. Go online at lewisandclarkford.com.
Now for Waldorf, you got to remember you don't need all of it here. You have 2 downs to go get this first. You can throw an under route.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. This is 4-down territory for Waldorf. They'll operate out of the shotgun, 2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right, 1 running back stands to the left. He'll go out in the pattern. Pass, swing pass, caught, hit right away, well shy of the marker.
That's exactly what they did. They threw an under route, but they were hoping to get yards after the catch, and they just didn't. Brock Lubers was right there, put a hit on the receiver, and it's only a gain of 2, 4th and 6. And Waldorf is substituting a lot of people here. I think they're going to try and kick this field goal from the 24-yard line.
So this will be a 42-yard attempt for Connor Parker. And he's on the right hash mark. He's a right-footed kicker. It's into the wind. Low snap, collected. Kick on the way. It's got the distance. It is good, in the first points of the year for the Warriors. Come with 10 minutes left to go in the 3rd period. Lancers 21, Waldorf 3. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
Wait.
Oh, hold it. We'll keep it here. We got a penalty flag.
Penalty
flag. Hold the phones, folks. We're keeping it here. That field goal may not count.
Waldorf came off the field. Mount Marty did not. The Lancers still have their defense out there, and they're talking with the official. Flag.
Penalty flag was thrown, and if this is
Waldorf's now scrambling.
If this is against Mount Marty, Waldorf may take the points off the ball. Oh, point. Oh. So take the points off the board. It's a personal foul against Mount Marty. Half the distance to the goal, automatic first down. So we'll keep it here as play is going to continue. It's still 21-0, but now Waldorf is going to have it 1st and 10, and they're going to put the ball down near the 13-yard line.
They said the penalty was leaping on the sophomore linebacker, Kavion Rogers.
So the 3 points come off the board as Waldorf going to try to get a touchdown. First down and 10. Handoff, Taylor to the right, bottled up, minimal gain, if at all. Let's say they got 2 yards down to the 10-yard line. Ball was spotted initially just outside the 12. 9:45 and counting. 21-0 the score. Waldorf had a good field goal, but they took the 3 points off the board trying to get the touchdown. They're at the 10, second down and 8. They can get a first down if they get to the 2-yard line. They'll be in the pistol formation. Taylor at running back, 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Out of the shotgun. It's going to be a handoff to Taylor. No, the quarterback keeps it, running to his left. He's at the 5. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, penalty flag, hold the phone.
Yeah, this is going to be holding on Waldorf. It was pretty clear the left tackle had a hold of the right end of the Mount Marty Lancers, exactly where the quarterback was scrambling. This is coming back.
Yep, holding against the offense. No touchdown for Waldorf. And again, at times they've been their own worst enemy, Tehl.
That is the second time they've been really, really deep in Lancer territory, and a bad penalty brings them back.
Caden Peterson, the tight end, is going to be tagged with that penalty. He's a senior out of Van Meter, Iowa. And you know what Van Meter, Iowa is famous for? A famous baseball player from there.
Second down and
Bob
16.
Feller.
All right, I was going to say, are you going to leave me on pins and needles here, or what are we doing?
I was giving you a chance to answer that, but Bob Feller, Bullet Bob Feller, the Hall of Famer from Van Meter.
Bullet Bob, I like it.
He was pitching in the big leagues at 16. That's how good he was. Served in World War II as well. Pass on out to the right side, knocked out of bounds across the 15 on second down and 16. Rivera with the catch, knocked out of bounds at the 12, which was the original line of scrimmage. So now it's 3rd and 10 coming up for Waldorf. Again, they can get a first down if they get to the 2-yard line. 9:06 left. Third quarter. Lancers 21. Waldorf nothing. Along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here in Forest City, Iowa. Chilly day. Sun is out. Lights not on yet. Expecting sunset around 7:40. But this game's moving rather quickly. 3rd and 10. Empty backfield. And the play clock has expired. And this should be either a timeout or a delay of game. Did Waldorf get the timeout called from the sideline?
John Mleti came running down the field trying to signal to the official that the play clock had hit 0. No, it looks like he called timeout is what he was doing. He got the timeout in.
So the timeout has been called by Mount Marty with 8:50 left to go. Lancers up 21-0. We'll step aside for 30 seconds. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch for legendary chicken and the best pizza. It's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call 665-1222. Back in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
Looking for the perfect place to get together with friends and family, watch the game, and enjoy some of the best wings in town? Make plans to visit Checkers Sports Bar and Grill. It doesn't matter what team you cheer for, your game day cravings are covered. Enjoy the action while you dig into mouth-watering wings, juicy burgers, and stacked sandwiches. Open Tuesday through Sunday, Checkers Sports Bar and Grill is Yankton's favorite spot for food, friends, and sports. Your game days belong at Checkers.
8:50 left to go. Third quarter. Lancers up 21-0. Warriors in the red zone. 3rd and 10 from the 12-yard line. We'll have 4 receivers out to the left, 1 out to the right. Empty backfield, shotgun set. Looking left, pass into the middle, incomplete over the head of the receiver. And boy, there's a lot of pushing and shoving going on after the play. Incomplete, and now the field goal unit comes back out onto the field for Waldorf. Now, interesting, Mount Marty called the timeout, but they took it off Waldorf on the scoreboard.
Yeah,
that happened in the first half, too.
It did happen in the first half. We'll just have to remember that was a timeout for Mount Marty. It was Mount Marty who called that. They've got 2 left. Waldorf has 3.
All right, this will be a 30-yard field goal attempt. And the kick is up. And now the first official points of the year for Waldorf from Connor Parker for 30 yards out. 8:45 left. 21-3 in favor of the Lancers. We'll step aside for 30 seconds. We'll be back with the kickoff in half a minute right here on KYNT.
Looking for fuel or more? Stop by Triple Time Rudy's, your locally owned convenience store at 17th and Broadway. At Triple Time Rudy's, they're proud to support the community, offering fuel discounts to Yankton's largest employers and backing local activities and events. Inside, you'll discover regional favorites like Dimmick cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers. Whether it's a quick snack, a tank of top quality fuel, or a taste of local goodness, Triple Time Rudy's, fueling your day, fueling the community.
30 yards on the field goal attempt, which is good, and the first points of the year for the Waldorf Warriors. Come with 8:45 left, third quarters. It's 21-3, so it took 6.5 quarters for Waldorf to get some points on the board.
But points they find, they're on the board for the first time in 2025.
It will be Parker to kick it off. High end over end kick, a little bit short, 12-yard line. Carbajal will return it on the right side of the field, gets a couple of blocks, sidesteps a man, and he's pulled down by the shoulder pads at the 30-yard line. He was trying to reverse his field, and boy, if he could have got away from that man, Tehl, he had some wide open field.
It was one man left to beat, but that man was able to wrap him up, just hold on for dear life and take him to the ground. Lancer set up at the 31-yard line. Their offense back out there. Not a great first drive to start off the half. Ended up having to punt, and then that punt was disastrous.
Yes.
We'll see what they've got here.
First down, Lancers.
1st and 10 Lancers as they operate right to left on your radio dial. Pistol formation, and they will hand off to Hirsch up the middle, swallowed up right away, maybe a gain of a yard, and that's all.
Kyle Hirsch on the carry.
2nd down and 9 coming up. Marty Football brought to you today in part by Dakota Beverage. Whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. 2nd down. And, well, we're going to say no gain at all in that last play. Hirsch stands to the right of his quarterback. 2nd and 10. Ryken drops back. Heavy pressure coming. Rolls out to his left, looking downfield. He'll tuck and run, heading for the sidelines, out of bounds across the 35 near the 36-yard line.
Yeah, heads-up play from the redshirt sophomore. Saw the blitz coming in off the right edge, able to spin out of it and just scramble for a short gain. Stay alive, and it's 3rd down.
Gain of 6 yards on the
Third
play.
down coming up.
It's 3rd down, Warrior fans.
7:55 and counting. Third quarter, Lancers up 21-3. 3rd down. Call it 4. Gain of 6 on that last scramble. Out of the shotgun, Ryken, straight drop back, quick pass, caught, hit right away. Hirsch, did he catch it? Yes, shy of the marker at the 40. He needed to get to the 41. That was a tough catch by Kyle Hirsch as he caught it and got hit right away. Somehow he hung on the ball right in front of the Waldorf bench.
Was still in the air when he got hit trying to catch that one. That is impressive that he was able to hold on. 4th and 1, offense is out there.
From their own 40-yard line, Lancers going for it. Empty backfield. Now they'll switch things up. Hirsch stands to the right of his quarterback. Double tight end set. Running play. Hirsch hits the line, and he moves the pile forward. 2-yard gain, 1st down, Lancers.
Lancers able to convert. Missed a 4th down earlier. They get this one.
Big play there for the Lancers as they move the chains to the 42-yard line. 1st and 10. Third quarter. 6:35 and counting. Lancers up 21-3. A long time-consuming drive resulting in points will be just what the doctor ordered for Mount Marty. Out of the pistol formation. Quick bubble screen. Receiver. That's Broadnax on the right side. Swallowed up. Got a yard, and that's all.
Pass is complete.
And there's a flag that comes in well after the play again. This game has gotten chippy here in the second half. A lot of extracurricular activities after the play. Flag is flown.
And
We'll
remember,
see who
in
this
the
is
first half, that was against the Warriors. It cost them dearly. They had a good drive going and got backed up 15 yards after a play was over.
Yeah, ended up second and 25 on that one.
That's tough to overcome at any level of football. And the personal foul against the Warriors.
Warriors again. That's another 15-yard walk-off. Lancers are going to march 15 yards downfield into Warrior territory and set up at the 42-yard line on the other side of the field.
Chianti Carter, the backup linebacker out of Pacific Grove, California, he was tagged with that infraction. Again, that's the kind of penalties that drive coaches crazy. So that moves the ball all the way to the 42-yard line of the Warriors. 1st and 10, Mount Marty. Pistol formation with 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Handoff Hirsch up the middle. He's submarined, but he dove across the 40, and actually they'll say his knee down at the 40, gain of 2.
Hirsch on the carry.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Conklin Distributing. Packed with essential vitamins and nutrients, Rise Fuel gives you the power to push harder, go faster, and perform better. Fuel your ambition and unleash your potential with Rise Fuel. 2nd and 8. Now 3 receivers out to the left, 2 out to the right. Empty backfield, shotgun set. Riken has time in the pocket. Now he'll scramble out to his left, being chased, throws on the run to the sideline. Caught, Carbajal at the 22-yard line. He dropped it. It's out of bounds. Are they going to say a catch? Yes. Catch, fumble, out of bounds. It's Mount Marty football. Move the chains.
Lancers got lucky. The ball went out of bounds there, but catch and fumble, then out of bounds, so the play will stand. Let's credit the magic of Rugby Riken there, able to get out of a collapsing pocket, scramble to his left, find an open receiver. Just magic in the legs of that man, able to scramble out of anything.
And quickly, the Lancers come to the line of scrimmage, and the Warriors want to talk it over. Timeout. Their head coach out on the field, Tyler Chappa, and he is not happy. He thought that should have been an incomplete pass. We'll step aside for a moment with 5:26 left. Third quarter, Lancers on top, 21-3. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. Back in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Aztec is looking for people who can crush it. Aztec is hiring now, seeking a variety of positions, including assemblers for the evening shift, CNC maintenance technician for day shift, and cycle counter, also day shift. Aztec offers competitive pay, 10 paid holidays, incredible 401k, paid parental leave, safety incentives, and sign-on bonus for production workers. To apply for these jobs or to see what other opportunities are available, go to aztecjobs.com. Aztec, built to connect from rock to road.
We got 5:26 left to go here in the third period of play. Lancers on the road at Waldorf, and they're leading the Warriors 21-3. The Lancers are here on a sunny late afternoon. Waldorf is challenging the ruling on the field of a completion and fumble out of bounds. So the referees are going to go down to the instant replay booth, which is all the way down at the other end of the field.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for when we were sending it to timeout. I was waiting for that call right there of they're challenging it. So we'll take you back to what happened there. Lancers, quarterback scrambles out of the pocket, finds an open receiver downfield, finds Jackson Walholtz at the 22-yard line. Walholtz brings it in. The call on the field is he brought it in, completed the catch, and then it was knocked out, a fumble that then rolled out of bounds. So it would still be Lancer ball at the spot where it rolled out there at the 22-yard line. Waldorf is saying he never had he never caught the ball, never had control. It was punched out before he had control, which would mean an incomplete pass. And I believe, what down was it when they had that play there?
I think it was second and 8.
Second and yes. So that if Waldorf is successful, that would be an incomplete pass and it'll be third down, about 20 yards back.
And Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Parker Hannafin. It's day one of your new career. Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions, offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area. All beginning on day one. Learn more at parker.com. While we got a moment, let's check some of the football scores on the Gerstner Oil scoreboard. Clemson now pulling away from Troy in the fourth quarter. Number 8 Clemson up on Troy 27-16. Troy was ahead in that game. Florida battling South Florida late in the game. Florida up 16-15, less than 2 minutes to go, but South Florida's got the ball. Utah running away from Cal Poly 35-6. Watch out for Utah. That team could be dangerous. They're ranked number 25. Miami pulling away from Bethune-Cookman 21-0. That's early in the second. And a weather delay, South Carolina and South Carolina State. That may be the best thing for South Carolina State because South Carolina is favored by over 40 points in that game.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Coming up later tonight, though, there's going to be a really good one. Number 15, Michigan. Number 18, Oklahoma at 6:30. Actually, that should be started by now.
Yeah, it should be just underway.
Just rolling.
And also another big game in the top 25. It's just underway. Mississippi State ahead of number 12 Arizona State 7-0. That game 9 minutes left to go. Quarter number 1. That game just underway. That's at Mississippi State. The referee still talking. In the GPAC earlier today on the Gerstner Oil scoreboard, Morningside rolls over Briarcliff 58-17. They win the battle for the saddle. Dort crushes Dakota Wesleyan at home 66-7, and it was Midland on the road winning at Hastings 24-9.
The late game in the Great Plains Athletic Conference will be Doane at Concordia, and that one's just about to kick off as well here in about 10 minutes.
Yep. And Northwestern has the bye this week in
That
the Great Plains Athletic Conference. And the referees still conferring here. It's 5:26 left to go. Third quarter, Lancers up 21-3, and now the officials departing the replay booth, which is down on the south end of the field here at Waldorf. And our official is Carter Olson. He'll address the crowd.
Oh, here he comes.
Well, he maybe has to get in range here.
The ruling on the field is upheld. It'll be 1st and 10.
Upheld. A catch, a fumble, out of bounds. Mount Marty keeps the catch and the gain, and it'll be a first down.
Waldorf unsuccessful on their challenge. They're charged a timeout, 21-3 your score, and the Lancers knocking on the door of more. They're in the 25, inside the 25 now.
That last scoring drive, by the way, from Waldorf, 6 plays, 14 yards, 5:52 off the clock. That may be the longest possession for the shorted yardage gain I think I've ever seen in a football game. 14 yards.
14 yards.
Almost 6 minutes. 5:52. Wow. That's insane. All righty, back to action here.
What'd you say, 6 plays and 5 minutes come off the clock? That's insane.
Yes. I mean, my goodness. All right, one back in the backfield. That is Hirsch. And it's a rollout bubble screen. Hirsch catches it, runs to his left. He's across the 15-yard line, reaches ahead to the 13-yard line. Good gain on first down. And that's just enough for a first down. They'll move the chains. And we have an injured player, it looks like, for Mount Marty back at the 18-yard line. Looks like hopefully just a leg cramp.
Yeah, they're stretching out the player, and they're giving him a bottle.
Clock's,
get some water.
Yeah, get some water in that, young man. 5:05 left to go, third quarter. Mount Marty 21, Waldorf 3, along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here. Chilly day in Forest City, Iowa. Second game of the year for both squads. Mount Marty came into today 1-0. Waldorf 0-1. Lancers in the red zone. The ball will be put down at the 13-yard line when play resumes. They're up 21-3 and on the move. And hopefully that young man okay. That's one of the offensive linemen. That's Nick Bunkers, the junior center. And he's got to try. He is walking off the field under his own power. Good sign.
Yeah, it looked like that was a cramp. Hopefully he'll be back here in a play or two. But you do lose your center for a couple of snaps here. Backup center on the 2 deep that we have is Ethan Kringen out of Del Rapids, South Dakota. We'll see how this adjusts to the line, but sometimes we also see somebody slide into that position from somewhere else in the line. We'll try and see who else is out there. But you losing your center is a big thing, especially if you try and go to the shotgun. Center comes in cold off the bench.
That is
and it
Kringen.
is Kringen, yeah. He's coming in cold off the bench, and they are lining up in the shotgun. We'll see how accurate his snaps are.
Hart's in the game at running back, lines up in the pistol. 1 receiver either side. Heath at H-back, Hart's up the middle, has a big gain inside the 10, inside the 5, lunges forward, touchdown, Mount Marty. A great second and third effort by Malachi Hart's.
Just refused to go down, doing what he does, just bouncing off would-be tacklers, and it's 27-3, Mount Marty. And by the way, perfect snap.
Yes, great job by that offensive line, and, well, Malachi Hart's doing Malachi Hart's kind of things. Running through defenders and getting a touchdown in this particular case. Here comes Camden Vance for the point after kick. Noah McDermott is the holder. Snap on target. Kick on the way. It is good. 4:43 left to go, third quarter. Lancers on top of Waldorf, 28-3. We'll be back with the kickoff in just 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
Allison just won a popularity contest.
Oh, thank you.
You're almost as popular as the Runza Southwest Chicken Salad.
Oh, what? Because it has crispy chicken, shredded cheddar, tortilla strips, taco seasoning, and salsa?
And Southwest Ranch. And yes,
I'd be more popular if I came with Southwest Ranch.
we all would. Come get the Southwest Chicken Salad at Runza today. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
.443 left to go here in the third quarter. Lancers ahead of Waldorf, 28-3, along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here. If you're following the stats online, they're a few minutes behind, so we'll try to catch up with some drive results here. They are being updated, but it's about 5 to 6 minutes behind what we're actually doing here.
And I'm looking at them, and they're pretty, not completely inaccurate, but fairly inaccurate. We're going to give you as best we can. There's definitely missing a couple of things, like Kyle Hirsch's 30-yard run.
Yes. All right, here's the kickoff from Lilly, collected by Rivera, or checked out by Thompson at the 10-yard line, runs ahead, tackled at the 26. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Dakota Mac. At Dakota Mac, we can help you do the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing. Whether you're a farmer, investor, or beginning farmer, we work hard to find lending solutions to fit your needs. Learn more at dakotamac.com. So here comes Tate Richardson out. First down and 10, Richardson at quarterback, playing for the injured Chris Walter, who was injured last week against Northwestern. First and 10, Warriors operate left to right on your radio dial here in the third quarter. Shotgun set, drop back, swing pass, incomplete, intended for the running back, Tucker, coming out of the backfield. Too far in front of him, incomplete.
Yeah, just threw it a little too far. That'll bring up second and 10 after the incompletion. Lancers did send a blitz on that play. We'll see what they roll up here for second down. They had 5.
Malachi Hart's 13 yards officially on that last touchdown run. Second down coming up for the Warriors. They'll operate out of the pistol with 2 receivers to the left. Misdirection running play goes to the right, and it'll be Tucker on the run across the 25. Gets near the 30.
Was waiting for the holding call. It didn't come in. One of the Lancers was tackled from behind. That was Cameron Jones, the D-end off that left side. He was shoulder pads were grabbed from behind him and taken to the ground. It was missed. Third down. They're down either way.
Third down and 4, 6-yard gain on that last play. By the way, that last drive for Mount Marty, 8 plays, 79 yards, 4:17 time of possession. Empty backfield. Three receivers to the left, 2 out to the right. Here comes a man in motion. Now he'll go back. Line up at the slot. Pass over the middle is going to be incomplete at the 36-yard line. Would have been shy of the marker. Bunch of white jerseys there, but the receiver dropped the ball. Believe that was Rivera, the intended target. It was, and so the clock stops with 3:34 left. And it looks like the Warriors got to punt it away. Fisher Ort out to punt it away, averaging 30.5 yards per punt coming into today. Daniel Pierce for the Lancers drops back to his own 31-yard line. Sun's starting to go down here in Forest City. Shadows creeping across the field. Lights not on yet. Long count, snap, on target, pressure coming, but he gets it away. Fair catch called for and collected in at the 39-yard line by Pierce. That's where Mount Marty sets up shop, 1st and 10. Mount Marty football brought to you today by Les Schwab Tires. For tires, brakes, alignments, and more, visit Les Schwab Tire Center in Yankton. Get more from Les. Waldorf needs a stand defensively. Lancers up big here late in the third quarter.
They went right down the field last time they had it. 8 plays, 79 yards. Took over 4 minutes off the clock and ended in 6.
2 backs in the backfield now. Hirsch clears out. Handoff Hartz up the middle. Dances through traffic. Across the 40 to the 43, gain of 4. And again, Lancers in no hurry, nor should they be.
Clock is their friend at this point, up 28-3. Every time I say that, a shiver goes down my spine, and I know a Falcons fan out there somewhere cringes, but Lancers in full control of this with 3 minutes left in the third quarter. They've got the ball, and we know their offense is built for these type of situations. They love running the football, and they can chew clock at will.
Here comes Roland in motion from right to left. 2 backs in the backfield. It is going to be Hartz running to his left, dances out of bounds, got about maybe a yard, if even that. Not much there at all. 3rd down and 7 coming up for Mount Marty.
3rd down and 7. Keegan Streeter on the stop. It's 3rd down, Warrior fans.
See what the Lancers come up with here. They'll switch things out. Hartz will check out. That leaves Hershey only running back in the game. 18 on the play clock. They got a lot of time. Riken will set him down. Kind of a tight formation here. 6 on the play clock. Confusion and a timeout called by Mount Marty with 2 seconds on the play clock. 2:05 left. Quarter number 3. Lancers 28, Warriors 3. We'll take a break here for a moment. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. Back in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Football season and Shiner Bock, 2 traditions that never get old. Brewed smooth and full-flavored, Shiner Bock is always game day ready. Whether you're tailgating before kickoff, grilling with friends, or watching under the Friday night lights, Shiner Bock is the perfect call. This season, celebrate every first down and every touchdown with the beer that's built for football season. Pick up Shiner Bock today and make it part of your game day tradition.
2:05 left, third quarter. Lancers up 28-3. 3rd down and 7 coming up for the Lancers from their own 43-yard line. 2 receivers to the left. Now here comes Carbajal in motion from left to right. And now Hirsch clears out of the backfield. Straight drop back. Pressure coming. Riken on the move. He's got 1 man to beat. Dances around him to midfield. He's right at the marker. It should be a 1st down.
Yeah, he got it. It was a great move by Rugby Riken. Had 2 men to beat to get to that line to gain, and he got there. Riken showing just a very, very good athletic ability throughout the first 2 games of this season. He can scramble. He can get moving when he needs to, but it's not his first read. He's always trying to throw. Scrambles when he needs to, and there he got it done.
Reichen on the day, 9 of 16 passing, 159 yards, 2 touchdowns. And it'll be handoff. Hirsch, right side, big hole across the 40, upended inside the 40, near the 37-yard line. Move the chains, first down, Mount Marty.
About 14 yards for Hirsch there. Once again, he had a run of about 30 earlier in the game. The run of 14 there to go with about 30 yards. Before that, it's got to be approaching 100 here. We don't have accurate stats here when it comes to Kyle Hirsch. I know there's a couple been missed, but he's got to be in the 70s, 80s right now in rushing yards.
Under center now is Reichen. Hands off. Hirsch bottled up, no gain on that play.
Kyle Hirsch on the carry. Stopped by number
45 seconds and counting. Lancers will have to run one more play here in the waning moments of quarter number 3. Lost a yard on that play, 2nd and 11 coming up.
Well, they actually just reset the play clock.
Now they reset it.
They reset it.
Yeah,
they didn't need to do that.
Why. That's kind of strange, but the Lancers
Well,
do
now
not
they
have
don't
to run a play. Yeah, as they reset the play clock, I'm checking both ends of the field, and now they reset it again. There's something wrong with the play clock. And now the referee has noticed it.
I think the Lancers are going to snap it either way and just finish off the quarter.
Yep, 7 seconds left. And Reichen out of the shotgun, takes the snap. Here comes the blitz. He's going to scramble, and he'll be wrapped up and gets back to the line of scrimmage as quarter number 3 comes to a close. The Lancers on top of Waldorf, 28-3, back with the final period in 1 minute right here on KYNT.
FM 1021 and AM 1450. KYNT, Yankton.
Buying a home isn't just about real estate. It's about investing in yourself. At the Move Group, we believe the best time to buy is when it makes sense for you. Our expert agents put people before transactions, meaning we listen first, provide honest guidance, and help you make a confident decision. No pressure, no gimmicks. Markets change, but the right home is about more than just numbers. It's about finding the right fit for your life and your future. When you're ready, we're here to help. Contact the Move Group today.
If you want a job where your work matters, you belong at Avera. Here, we've invested in our workforce because every Avera team member drives our health ministry forward, making a difference in lives and communities every day. We offer competitive pay, great health insurance, and even career opportunities. We're putting people first, including you. Search for local job openings and apply at avera.org/careers.
Starting the fourth period of play, Mount Marty ahead of Waldorf 28-3, along with Tehl Tanner. Steve Thum here in Forest City, Iowa. Late afternoon kickoff on this chilly September day. Third down and about 12 coming up for the Lancers from the 39-yard line of Waldorf. They'll have 3 men over on the right side. 1 man to the left. Hirsch, the lone setback to the right of his quarterback, Reichen. He'll drop back. Wants to throw. Long ball over the middle into coverage. Broadnax. It's going to be picked off in the end zone. Intercepted by the Warriors.
That's the 3rd time in this game they've tried that one to Broadnax. It worked the first time. The next 2, Reichen threw into double coverage both times. First one was knocked down for an incompletion. That one just plucked out of the air by the safety. And it looks like they're actually going to be setting him at the 2-yard line. Yeah, about the 1-2-yard line is. Then he walked into the end zone after he made the catch, but his progress was right there. I feel like this should be a touchback.
Jacob Bivens with the interception, his first of the year. They're going to say he caught it in the field of play. His momentum took him in the end zone, so kind of a bad break there for Waldorf. They get the interception, yes, but are at the 1-yard line.
Yeah, they've got 99 yards to go, but as you said, they did get the interception. It is a turnover. One good thing that certainly, for sure, they stopped the Lancers from scoring here, and they've got a chance at offense. They just have the whole length of the field to go.
For Reichen, his 2nd interception of the year, but that's kind of like a punt.
Yeah, it was an arm punt.
Yeah, so Waldorf deep in their own territory in the shadow of their own goalpost. 1st and 10 from their own 1-yard line, pistol formation. It'll be a handoff Running to his left is Taylor, and he gets some breathing room out to the 7-yard line, maybe the 8. Got a good gain of nearly 7 on the play.
Amir Conley was able to get the stop, but as you said, a good gain. Second down for the Warriors, and now they've got a little bit of breathing room. They're not backed up at their own goal line.
Waiting for the lights to be turned on here in Forest City, Iowa, as the sun is going down. Shadows from the press box and the grandstand reaching across the field. 2nd down and 4. Empty backfield. Richardson stares over the defense, puts a man in motion, and he'll keep it himself. First time he's really run it today, and he'll have a first down across the 10 to the 14-yard line.
On the keeper for the Warriors.
So Waldorf gets a little real estate on a couple of good run plays. First down, Waldorf. They're down by a bunch, 28-3. Mount Marty with the lead.
Warriors at the 14-yard line.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. 2 receivers out to the right side, 1 to the left. Pistol formation. Looks like Taylor, the lone setback. It'll be a keeper. Richardson to his left, runs out of bounds. Didn't really have anything there at all. And
Richardson on
a little pushing and shoving at the end of the play there. He got maybe 3 yards when all said and done. But the defense was closing fast. 2nd down, we'll call it 7. Clock rolling, 13:05 and counting, 4th quarter. Mount Marty 28, Waldorf 3. Ball at the 22-yard line of Waldorf. 2nd and 7. Taylor stands to the left of his quarterback shotgun set. 2 receivers either side. Mount Marty shows blitz, and here they come. Pass over the middle is going to be incomplete. Intended for Aiden Lauer, wide receiver out of Littleton, Colorado. He was the hot read, so to speak, and that was almost intercepted too.
I'll tell you what, it was impressive for Richardson to just get that ball away. Crownover came in on a blitz and leveled him the moment he got rid of that football. That one had to hurt a bit. They're down.
3rd down and 7 coming up. Clock stops, 12:38 left to go here in this final period. Lancers up 28-3. See what they do here. 2 running backs in the backfield, each on side of the quarterback, and it's going to be an option play, and that is just shut down. A loss of 4 on the play.
That was about as perfect of a defensive stand on that play as you can get. The Lancers had 3 men on the line of scrimmage. 2 go with the option. 1 stays with the quarterback. Everything covered. Tackle for loss, 4th and 10. Punt formation incoming from their own end zone.
Tucker had the carry there, and he lost it. Yeah, lost it all the way back to the original line of scrimmage. Punting unit out for Waldorf. That is Fisher Ort, standing on his own goal line. First time we really saw the option today from Waldorf, but it was shut down by the Lancer defense. Pierce stands near midfield to retrieve the punt. Low snap, collected, line drive, very low, bounces at the 40. Pierce backs away, out of bounds, shy of midfield, near the 48-yard line. That's where the Lancers will take over 1st and 10.
And Mount Marty with just under 12 minutes left to play, up 28-3. They're starting to drive in Waldorf territory, and we talked about it just a couple minutes ago. This Lancer team this year is really built to chew clock. In these type of situations, they can run the ball at will, and that's what we're going to see. They're going to be running it with the quarterback. Malachi Hartz and Kyle Hirsch going to have a lot of carries on this drive. But first, they're going to start it off empty set. Well,
but now they changed it up, and Hartz in the pistol formation. Mount Marty minus 12 in time of possession. Hartz up the middle, lost the football, picked up by Waldorf, racing down the right sideline and tripped up by Reichen, the defensive back, one of the defensive backs for the Warriors, and a turnover gives the ball to Waldorf with great field position inside the 25-yard line.
Well, that's the one thing you can't do in a situation like this. Malachi Hartz went off his left tackle, was just running, had the ball, and it looked like the tackler just put a helmet right on the football and knocked it out. Perfect tackle, got it out. They recover it. It was Rugby Riken who got the tackle way downfield, but it's a 22-yard line for the Warriors. They're knocking on the door already. This game's not over.
Yeah, Amari Christie, the junior out of Riverview, Florida, picked up that loose ball and took it all the way to the 23-yard line. And now Waldorf just outside the red zone. They'll go to the run. Tucker bounces off a tackle, changes direction, keeps the legs churning across the 20 to the 15. Good gain of 7 on first down. But now the Lancers say they've got the ball, and they do not. Pierce came out of the pile with the football for Mount Marty, but they say, oh, now a penalty flag. But the referee said the man was down, but a very late penalty flag coming in.
And there was no pushing and shoving. He was just standing in the middle of the Lancers and threw that up. There was no Waldorf player in the area. I got to think somebody said something for the Mount Marty Lancers.
I would think so, and my goodness, that is if that penalty is against Mount Marty, that's bad. That's not good.
There was no Waldorf player in the area. It was just the referee and the Lancers. Something must have been said, waiting for the announcement.
Yep, Carter Olson, our referee. He'll keep us up to date. 11:08 left to go, fourth period. Lancers up 28-3, but Waldorf a great opportunity here as that penalty came in very, very late, well after the play was over.
The ruling on the field is the runner's forward progress was stopped prior to the ball coming loose.
Forward progress stopped, no fumble. Unsportsmanlike conduct. That was on Pierce. Half the distance to the goal, automatic first down for Waldorf.
It was Pierce who had recovered the would-be fumble. He's the one who grabbed it, and he thought he had a fumble recovery. And apparently after the play, when he thought it was a fumble, he said something to the referee, it sounds like. Can't do that.
No, from the 8-yard line, first and goal for Waldorf. They have not scored a touchdown this year. Pistol formation, misdirection running play. It's going to be Tucker to the right side, inside the 5, and he's pushed out of bounds inside the 5 near the 3, I believe, far side of the field. But he had a good angle. Let's see where they spot the football down at the 4. Gain of 4, second and goal. 10:55 left, fourth quarter. Lancers up 28-3. Last year they only surrendered 7 points to Waldorf. That was at home last year. Pistol formation. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Handoff. Up the middle. Touchdown to Anthony Tucker. And the fireworks go off here as the Warriors score their first touchdown of the year with 10:30 left to go in the fourth quarter.
Fireworks go. Warriors trail by, looks like, only 19 now.
And here comes Connor Parker for the point after kick. And now the lights are on here at Forest City. Low snap collected, kick on the way, good. 10:30 left to go in regulation. Lancers 28, Warriors 10. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
Craving a sip of sunshine? Meet Surfside, iced tea, green tea, or lemonade. Real flavor, real juice mixed with vodka, but only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles. Whether you're into peach tea, mango green tea, or strawberry lemonade, Surfside brings the party, smart and smooth. It's like sunshine in a can with adult approval. Must be 21 or older. Surfside, 0 bubbles, all vibes.
The last scoring drive, 2 plays, 23 yards, 111 time of possession. Anthony Tucker, 4 yards on the touchdown run. 28-10 our score. Mount Marty ahead of Waldorf along with Tehl Tanner. Steve Thum here. On the road in Forest City, Iowa, home of the Waldorf Warriors, as they got their first points of the year in this game. They were shut out last week, 40-0 by Northwestern.
That drive was longer than 2 plays. It's been 2
Yeah.
plays since the penalty.
Yeah.
The penalty came in, and then there was 2 plays before the score.
Onside kick, high bounce towards the sideline, and Waldorf gets it at the 42-yard line of the Lancers. Perfectly executed onside kick by Waldorf.
Onside kick for the Warriors.
Waldorf still trails by 18. That is 3 possessions, but they've got the ball in Lancer territory again.
And their fans are making some noise. And now the defense has to come back out onto the field for Mount Marty. The ball's put down actually back at the 46. That's where they say the return man for Waldorf, his knee went down there, but a big break for Waldorf, and that Lancer defense has to come back out on the field. Pistol formation, 1st and 10. Lancers 5 men up front. And it's going to be a keeper running to the left. Richardson in trouble, tackled at midfield for a loss.
And not a great read there, just ran the option. Lubers read him the whole way. The linebacker tracked him down for a loss of 4.
By number 9, Brock Lubers.
Lubers with a great tackle. Lubers showed a lot of speed running down that quarterback. Of course, he played at Harrisburg High School. Standout football and basketball player for the Tigers of Harrisburg. 2nd down, 14 coming up. Loss of 4 on that last run. From the left hash mark, 1 receiver to the left, 2 out to the right. Pistol formation, and they'll go to the run, and Tucker running to his right, swallowed up, got 2 yards, a big pile, and there he's brought down. It'll bring up 3rd down and long.
Tucker on the carry. Tackles made by
Mount Marty football brought to you in part today by Core Trust, helping you achieve your personal and business goals. It's Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust, member FDIC. Boy, it'd be big here for the Lancer defense if they hold after the onside kick recovered by Waldorf.
Oh, yeah.
But you got to feel Waldorf's going to probably go for it on 4th down.
And the Lancer defense has been on the field for a long time. You know, they've been on the field since about the 5-minute mark of the 3rd quarter. This is the 3rd consecutive drive for Waldorf. You remember, Lancers had only 1 offensive snap, fumbled it, and then the onside kick here.
Straight drop back. Richardson loads up, throws to the sideline. Incomplete. Almost intercepted by Amir Conley at the 45-yard line.
They march out the punt unit. Looks like they're not going to go for it as it's 4th and 12 here. If they'd got some of it, they could have thought about it, but this is just too far.
I was thinking the same thing, Tehl. If they had got maybe 6-7 yards, you go for it. But 4th and 12 with 8:44 left to go in the 4th quarter. You're down by 18. Yes, that's 3 scores. But, you know, it's just not the right down and distance situation to go for it, nor the position in the field at the Lancer 48. Ort to punt it away. Got to be mindful of the fake. Low snap, collected. Ort recovers. Good punt. And Pierce collects it at the 20-yard line or 18-yard line, and he's immediately swallowed up. And a penalty flag. Oh, my God, players get knocked over left and right. My goodness.
Well, there's a Waldorf player who just flopped on the ground and then flopped on the ground like a fish, was trying to draw extra flags.
I don't know if that was a flop or if he got hit.
Well, that was after.
That was
after the original. He was trying to get a second one. There's absolutely first one.
What do you think this is? Men's international soccer?
Oh, my gosh. This could be both teams. It could be just the Lancers. It could be just Waldorf. This has been chippy in this second half. Both teams have really been going after it after the play, and we'll see what the actual ruling is here.
And this is something where both coaches right now are pulling their teams to their respective sidelines, Coach Chappa and Coach Mleti. And yeah, for both coaching staffs, this is, you got to bring the assistant coaches out there too and say, hey guys, got to keep your head on your shoulders. Can't be doing this extracurricular stuff, it only costs you yardage. And now the entire officiating crew meeting at the 20-yard line. Carter Olson is our referee. He'll tell us what the ruling is here in just a moment, as that penalty happened on the far sideline right in front of the Mount Marty bench, right at the 20-yard line. It was Pierce on the return. Personal foul. Late hit on Waldorf.
That 15-yard penalty will be enforced.
15-yard penalty will be enforced, and it'll be first down. So the penalty is against Waldorf. I believe they got Raider Bell, a backup offensive lineman out of Garner, Iowa.
All right. Well, it's going to be 1st and 10 Lancers at the 35 in their own territory. But I want to take a moment and give a lot of credit to the Lancer defense, because they were on the field for 3 consecutive possessions there, and they're able to hold. You go back to 4:43 in the third quarter left. Lancers get the touchdown. Hartz runs it in. Then there's a defensive possession. They force a punt. Here's a play.
Hartz running left. Good gain. Hard hit as he got across the 40-yard line, and he was just leveled by a Warrior defensive player.
But then once again, the Lancers are able to force a punt. Lancers then get it back on offense. They run exactly one play, fumble it, give it back to the Warriors. Defense trots back out on the field. They go down and score. Then an onside kick. They get it back again. 3 consecutive possessions. The defense is out there, and that was a good stand.
Yeah, Waldorf winning the time of possession battle. Hartz on the run across the left side, across the 45. He's got the first down near the 47. And we've got a player shaken up for Waldorf at the 45-yard line.
There's a player down for Mount Marty, too.
Yep.
Both teams. Oh, 2 Lancers are down and a Waldorf player. The Waldorf player just got up. One of the Lancer players got up. That's Malachi Hartz. The Waldorf player, looks like that's number 54, Luke Bayer, linebacker. He got up. But the third player, another Lancer, is still down.
Clock stops, 7:55 left. Fourth quarter, Lancers up 28-10. It's on the far side of the field. We really can't see who the player is from our vantage point here in the stands here in Forest City, Iowa. And hopefully that young man will be okay, as now the entire Waldorf team defensive unit, they've trotted over to their side of the field. It will be a first down for Mount Marty regardless when play resumes. They'll have the ball at the 48-yard line, 1st and 10.
Lancer players are starting to take a knee here.
Yeah, that's not a good sign. Well, we got a moment here. Let's check the Gerstner Oil scoreboard. Utah ahead of Cal Poly in the third, 49-6. No surprise there. They're still in a weather delay, South Carolina and South Carolina State. Do you see something, Tehl?
Yep, player is up and walking off the field. Believe that's James Brinsley. That's one of their captains on the offensive side of things. He was blocking on that play and went down. Brinsley is up. He walked off the field under his own power. He goes and sits down on the bench, and athletic trainers are taking a look at him. But
yeah,
he got up and walked off.
Yeah, he'll be replaced by Jaden Cruz, the junior out of Seguin, Texas.
First down, Lancers at their 48-yard line.
He has had limited playing time today, but Jaden Cruz into the game at the tight end position. 1st and 10 Lancers from their own 48-yard line. They operate left to right on your radio dial. Hirsch into the game. He'll take the handoff and get 2 yards, and that's all, running to his left.
Kyle Hirsch on the carry.
And the Lancers just want to keep milking that clock. 7:35 and counting.
At midfield.
Once again, after that defensive stand on the last possession, the Lancers are still up by 3 possessions here. 18 is the advantage, 28-10. If they can take a lot of time off the clock here, it's going to make things very difficult for Waldorf.
And Mount Marty milking that play clock for all it's worth. Sometimes it's reset. I'm not sure what's going on here. Out of the shotgun, 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Ryken takes the snap, pump fakes, throws the ball down the middle of the field. Receiver trips, penalty flags down as Wahols was the intended receiver on the left sideline near the 25-yard line. Definite contact, and penalty flags fly in from every direction.
Yeah, receiver didn't trip. Receiver was tackled.
Yeah.
So the Lancers are going to get either a holding or a pass interference here.
You're either going to get 5 or 15.
Yeah.
Pass interference on the defense. 15 yards, automatic first down. And the Lancers will take that. Thank you very much. They'll continue the march with under 7 minutes left to go in regulation. Lancers 28, Warriors 10.
First down, Lancers.
Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you here. Chilly, late afternoon, early evening in Forest City, Iowa, home of Waldorf. Their second year in the Great Plains Athletic Conference, although Waldorf over the years has played many a foe in the GPAC in many different sports. So they're not a stranger to the GPAC. And now the Chain Gang having a tough time resetting.
The Chain Gang never moved off that penalty. They just stood back where the original line was, so now they're moving.
Yep, they're getting set. It'll be 1st and 10 from the 35-yard line of the Warriors for Mount Marty. Comes rolling in motion from right to left. Lines up at an H-back. You got to figure it's a running play, and it is. Hirsch up the middle, stutter step, gets into the open, into the secondary, and he's across the 30 to the 26-yard line, gain of 9.
On the carry.
And the Lancers will take that any day of the week. Keep that clock moving. Keep it in the middle of the field. If that offensive line can really start dominating, pushing forward, Lancers will be happy just to move the ball slowly down the field. 2nd and 1. Hirsch moves over to the left side of his quarterback in the shotgun. They're going to throw the ball, looking for the end zone. Pass, left side into traffic, incomplete. Waholz, the intended receiver. Good coverage downfield by Waldorf.
Pass is incomplete.
I like the call. Take a chance on 2nd and 1.
Yeah, just had a single coverage down the field. Throw it up to a playmaker and see if he can just make a catch, but didn't come in. Waholz had a chance at it, couldn't get the one-handed catch in. 3rd and 1.
3rd and 1 from the 26-yard line of Waldorf from Mount Marty. 6:16 on the clock in the 4th quarter. Lancers up 28-10. Now it's going to be the Wildcat. Hartz is going to be trapped behind the line of scrimmage and thrown for a loss. Malachi Hartz took the direct snap, and that didn't work. Loss of 2.
And now it's 4th and 3. Lancers going backwards there.
And you're at the 28-yard line, and that's kind of no man's land. A little too far for a field goal, so you figure the Lancers are going to go for it here. Up by 18. 5:45 and counting, 4th quarter. Hartz to the left of his quarterback in the shotgun set. Fans making noise here in Forest City. Straight drop back. Here comes the pressure. Roll out to the right. Reichen looking, reverses his field. Still reversing his field. He's back near midfield. Comes back to his right. Gets a block. Heading for the sideline. Wants to throw it. Can't. Runs forward. Did he get the first down? Depends where he was out of bounds.
Doesn't look
like it. And he got it. He got it. He got just enough real estate. He needed the 25, and he got to the 21.
Wow.
Wow, what a scramble by Reichen. Shades of Fran Tarkington out there, scrambling all over the place. 1st down, Mount Marty on an incredible scramble. I think Reichen ran about 80 yards on that scramble.
Yeah, he's got to take a moment and get his breath back. Hopefully they just hand it off here.
Well, Malachi Hartz is standing to his left, and he says, I'm going to give you the ball, man. And he does. Running to his right towards the sideline across the 15 and runs out of bounds. And Reichen's still looking a little like catching his breath there. Good run by Malachi Hartz on 1st down. Got about 8. It'll bring up 2nd down and 2.
A gain of 8 yards on the play.
Clock keeps rolling. 4:35 and counting. Lancers up 28-10 here in the 4th quarter. Mount Marty now in the red zone at the 14-yard line. They need the 12 for a 1st down. Pistol formation with 2 receivers to the left. See if they take a shot to the end zone. Nope. Keep it on the ground. Hartz runs into a back of his lineman. He gets near the 12. I don't know if he made it.
Third down incoming. It's going to be third and about a yard.
Yep, third and a yard.
Right short.
Stopped by Aiden Williams.
Hart's
and
out.
Keyshawn
Hirsch
Stanley.
in at running back for Mount Marty. Under 4 minutes to go. Fourth quarter. Lancers trying to finish off Waldorf here in the second game of the year. They're up 28-10. They're in the red zone. Third and a yard from the 13-yard line of Waldorf. Empty backfield. Let's see if it's quarterback draws. Bubble screen. Hirsch catches it to the 10, to the 5. He's into the end zone. Touchdown. The little screen pass works for Mount Marty.
Second time today they've scored off it. This time to Kyle Hirsch and his second receiving touchdown of the year.
And with 3:32 left, crowd gets very quiet here in Forest City as the Lancers firmly in control. They'll try the point after kick with Camden Vance. Noah McDermott, the holder. Here's the snap, low, brought in, kick on the way, has the distance, good. 3:32 left, fourth quarter, Lancers 35, Warriors 10, back with the kickoff in just 30 seconds, right here on KYNT.
Want better pay, better benefits, and a better place to work? Parker of Yankton is hiring now. Second shift assemblers, supervisors, engineers, and more, with competitive wages plus a night shift pay differential, great health insurance, paid time off, retirement benefits, and real opportunities to move up. You'll work steady hours with a supportive team that's ready to help you succeed. Don't just work, get rewarded. Apply today and start building your future with us.
Parker, engineering your success.
Last scoring drive for Mount Marty, 11 plays, 83 yards, 6:58 time of possession. Reichen to Hirsch from 13 yards out. And now the Lancers seem to have this one in the bag at 35-10 with just 3:32 left to go here in quarter number 4. John Mleti to kick it off. Thompson and Valdez back deep for Waldorf. High end over end kick sailing towards the left side of the field. Valdez takes it at the 10. Tries to juke a man near the 20, and he'll be swarmed under right near the 30-yard line. So the Warrior offense trots back out onto the field. Tate Richardson been going all the way at quarterback. Let's see what the Lancers do defensively, if they'll have a couple of reserves out there. Looks like Corey Chavez into the game on the D-line, a sophomore out of Denver, Colorado. Pistol formation, 1st and 10, 2 receivers either side. Waldorf's got a lot of work to do. And they're going to do a play action. Rollout, right side, pass, downfield into coverage. It's incomplete near midfield. That was Amir Conley trying to tap the ball away.
Incomplete, intended for Ort.
Ort, the intended receiver. Second down coming up.
Second down and 10 from the 29-yard line.
Yeah, Concordia's just throwing it downfield here. They've got to score quick, fast, and in a hurry if they have any chance here. And then a couple of onside kicks. It's getting down to the very end of the game, down 25.
Yep, Waldorf.
Maybe playing for pride here in the last.
Yeah,
play.
you want to try to have something positive in the waning moment of this game if you're Waldorf. So they'll go to the run, handoff up the middle across the 30 to the 34-yard line. Strong run there. See who was carrying that ball. It's either Taylor or Tucker. Oh, Keller Cooper into the game. Freshman out of Tennessee.
Gain of 5 yards on the play. Third down and
Got about 5 on that play. So first run of the day for Keller Cooper, 6 foot 205 and a freshman. 2 receivers out to the right, 1 to the left. Pistol formation. Third down and 5. Handoff. Cooper again, but he's going to be stacked up at the line of scrimmage. No gain. And a lot of whistles
Jock Cooper again on the carry for the Warriors.
No flags, though.
Yep.
2:25 on the clock, and now it's 4th down. Waldorf doesn't have to punt it here before the 2-minute timeout. We'll see if they do.
Yeah.
15 seconds left before the 2-minute timeout. They're making no hurry to get to the line of scrimmage. I think we're going to take it there.
Yep. We will step aside for 1 minute as we've reached the 2-minute mark here in quarter number 4. Lancers 35, Warriors 10. We'll take a 30-second timeout right here on KYNT.
Rewarding you for doing everyday things, like buying gas, shopping, and dining local. Does your bank do that? If you're a Core Trust customer, your bank does that. When you open a premium or preferred checking account and meet requirements, you get access to Core Trust perks powered by Bazing, an exclusive network offering 300,000 plus deals and discounts on dining, shopping, travel, fuel, and more. Visit us online, in person, or by phone. Terms and conditions apply. Member FDIC.
The lights here in Forest City in full effect at the football field for the Waldorf University Warriors. It's the road team with the lead. Mount Marty ahead of Waldorf, 35-10. 2 minutes left to go in regulation here in the 4th quarter. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Punting formation for Waldorf as Fisher Ort out on the field, stands about his own 20-yard line. Daniel Pierce drops back to his own 28-yard line. Long count, 10 seconds, now 6, now 5. Here's the snap. It's low, brought in, high punt, short. They're going to back away from it. Oh, almost hit one of the special teams players, and another guy flops for Waldorf.
They're really
at
trying
the
to draw something.
35-yard
Oh,
line.
gosh.
The ball trickles out of bounds around the 40-yard line. My goodness. Again, is this international soccer or what?
Oh, they're doing it in comical ways. They're running up to a Lancer player and then just jumping backwards and flopping onto the ground and then pretending to have a seizure on the ground. Like it's
almost like pro wrestling, you know?
Oh my gosh.
Learn how to fall. The ball dribbled out of bounds right around the 45-yard line of the Lancers. That's where they have it 1st and 10. And no doubt they're just going to
run it 3 times. And
run it a few times here, run out the clock, and as best you can, try to get a first down. Hirsch on the move. Oh, they're trying to strip the ball from him. He gets across the 45 to the 49, gain of 4. Kyle Hirsch has had a good day, so has Malachi Hart's. That 1-2 punch, the running back position for Mount Marty.
Yeah, we don't have complete official accurate stats for the two of those, but Malachi is 101 yards on the ground, and Hirsch is right about near that mark as well. He's got 60 yards officially on the online stats, and he has about a 35-yard run in there that hasn't been counted.
Yeah.
So he is right near the century mark as well. Might hit it on one of these plays.
And they put a man in motion, and it'll be a jet sweep. No gain on the play.
Actually backwards a yard.
Yeah, it was Phillips, wide receiver, with the little jet sweep to the left side. Lost a yard on the play. 3rd and 7 coming up. We're under a minute to go. Mount Marty's probably just got to snap the ball one more time, and they won't have to punt the football away. Now, the Warriors do have a timeout left. I don't know if they'll use it or not. And Mount Marty taking their time, 10 on the play clock. Now they'll line up, pistol formation, receivers either side, double tight end set, handoff, Hirsch running to his right, trying to turn the corner. He wants that first down, and he goes down right at the first down marker. What a smart play by Hirsch. He kind of gave himself up, and it's right at the first down marker. He needed 7, he got 7, and that's going to do it. The clock is going to expire, and Mount Marty has won this football game 35-10. The Lancers 2-0 on the season. Waldorf falls to 0-2. We're going to take a timeout. We'll come back with the post-game show that's being brought to you by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Final score, Lancers 35, Warriors 10. Back in a moment right here on KYNT.
Aztec has some hot job openings right now. Aztec in Yankton is now seeking employees for all shifts for the following positions: welder, industrial painter, and machine operator. A career at Aztec offers competitive pay, 10 paid holidays, incredible 401k, paid parental leave, safety incentives, and sign-on bonus for production workers. To apply for these jobs or see what other opportunities are available, go to aztecjobs.com. Aztec, built to connect from rock to road.
Craving a sip of sunshine? Meet Surfside, iced tea, green tea, or lemonade. Real flavor, real juice mixed with vodka, but only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles. Whether you're into peach tea, mango, green tea, or strawberry lemonade, Surfside brings the party, smart and smooth. It's like sunshine in a can with adult approval. Must be 21 or older. Surfside, 0 bubbles, all vibes.
Farming is hard work. Between managing crops, livestock, and equipment, there's not much time left to handle financing and loans. At Dakota Mac, we can help you do the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing. Whether you're a full-time farmer, an investor, or a young and beginning farmer, we're here for you for all your ag lending needs. Let Dakota Mac help you work smarter, not harder.
Hi, it's Jeff Wolfgram from Dakota Mac. Call us at 800-682-4578 to learn how Dakota Mac products can work for you.
We've got football fever at Lewis and Clark Ford. And with the Bucks and Lancers, we got a lot to cheer about. Yankton fans are also cheering the great lineup at Lewis and Clark Ford. Our roster of brand new Fords begins with the quarterback, the F-150, the speedy receiver, the Mustang, the hard-working lineman, the Ford Super Duty truck, and the star running back, the Bronco. See our team at lewisandclarkford.com or at our playing field, 4th and Capitol, Yankton.
And welcome to the post-game show from Mount Marty football. Lancers victorious today here in Forest City, Iowa against Waldorf, 35-10. The final score, and of course our post-game show brought to you by Aztec. And we'll begin our post-game show with the Runza Rundown. Now Runza's trying out something new. You can stop in for a Bunza. That's Bunza with a B. They've got homemade bread you love, but in a smaller, round size, minus the cabbage. 3 flavor options: Philly cheesesteak, buffalo chicken, or cheesy dog, and it's only available at the Yankton Runza. Tehl, the second half, Waldorf played better, and they put some points on the board. Mount Marty, their offense sputtered it a couple times. They had a couple of mistakes, but they had that big lead at halftime, and they were able to keep Waldorf at arm's length.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Goes back to the first drive of the game. They go down the field, 5 plays, 53 yards, get in the end zone, 7-0. Next time they touch the ball, similar. 4 plays, 49 yards, make it 14-0. 2 touchdown passes from Rugby Riken in the first 2 drives from Jackson Walholtz, and then Rodney Broadnax catching them. Third drive, it was Malachi Hartz who ran it in for a 6-yard touchdown to make it 21-0, as you said, and that ended up being your halftime score. In the third, it was actually Waldorf who struck first. They get that field goal, which was a weird drive. 6 plays, 5 minutes and 52 seconds with a lot of penalties in there, but a field goal attempt from 19 was good, and it's 21-3. Lancers then scored twice more to make it 35. Waldorf gets in once, 35-10, your final score.
And let's get to the stat board. Our stats brought to you by the Meat Lodge. You want top quality meat at great prices? Well, let's head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. Tehl, what do you got?
Yeah, and these, look, just eyeballing them, they're not completely accurate, but for the most part, they're pretty good. So we'll take a look here. Lancers go 4 of 9 on 3rd down tonight. Waldorf 4 of 12. Total yardage, Lancers had 385 yards of offense. Waldorf had 178. On the ground, Mount Marty had 213 rushing yards. Waldorf, 110. Lancers led by Malachi Hartz with 101. Kyle Hirsch somewhere around that century mark as well. We'll have to wait for the official marker there as to see whether he crossed that century mark as well. But if he did, Lancers had both of their backs over the mark. Hopefully that is the case. Throwing the ball, it was Rugby Riken, 10 of 20. for 172 yards, 3 touchdowns. He now has 7 on the season throwing the football, 50% completion percentage. Waldorf, 7 of 18 for Richardson, had 68 yards, 38% completion percentage with an interception in there. Tucker ran for 71 yards today, leading the way for Waldorf. Taylor had 43. And in receiving stats, Broadnax had 3 catches for 58 yards and a score. Waholtz had 2 for 24 and a score. Hirsch had 2 for 22 and a score as well. And then Carbajal had 1 for 36. On the other end for Waldorf, 2 for 39 for Ruiz. Valdez had 2 for 16. Rivera 2 for 7. And Taylor 1 for 6.
Time of possession plus 8 minutes for Waldorf. They had the ball 8 minutes longer, yet half the yardage in total offense as compared to Mount Marty. First downs, 28 for the Lancers, 12 for Waldorf. As the Lancers at times were efficient, and at times, they had a couple of turnovers with the fumble. They did have 1 interception. Again, when this team's good, they're really good. But at times they have stumbled. Again, finding that consistency. And that's things you want to work on early in the season, Tehl. Get that rhythm, because you've had 2 games on the road, and we'll talk about it more because Northwestern's coming to town next week. And here's the extra thing. Northwestern had the bye this week, so they're going to be ready next week in Yankton. We'll talk about that more here in a little bit. This is the Aztec Postgame Show. Mount Marty victorious 35-10 here in Forest City, Iowa, against the Waldorf Warriors. Let's take a minute break. Let's take a timeout right now. We'll come back. We're trying to flag down Coach Micheletti for an interview, and hopefully we'll have that. We've got some other stuff to pass along to you, including our player of the game and move of the game, all coming up after this 1-minute timeout. This is Mount Marty Football. You are listening to KYNT.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
Have you heard about Slowey Management's latest upgrades at the Holiday Inn Express in Yankton? Well, it's some big news. Renovations are being done on all rooms and the hotel's breakfast area. Once all the work is complete, it'll be like stepping into a brand new hotel. If you're arranging rooms for business travelers or family, they will love the incredible improvements at the Holiday Inn Express in Yankton. And as always, for competitive rates and flexible reservation changes, contact the Holiday Inn Express direct.
Looking for the easy way to travel? Well, let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. Here are some 2026 tours coming up. Experience the full-scale replica of Noah's Ark with the Ark Encounter Tour leaving in May. Visit Michigan's historic resort destination, Mackinac Island, in June. Also in June, head for the hills and the famous Medora musical. And see the Grand Canyon and other Southwest National Parks in July. For more on Foreman Charters tours, go to foremanbus.com.
This is the Aztec Postgame Show for Mount Marty Football. Lancers victorious 35-10 over the Waldorf Warriors, along with Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. Let's check the Gerstner Oil scoreboard. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's there on Broadway in Yankton. Tehl, what do you have on that scoreboard?
Well, as we check that late game in the GPAC Doan at Concordia, looks like 7-0 Concordia leads at the start of the second quarter in there. And then we've got some final scores from earlier today in the GPAC as well. Obviously, our game, Mount Marty just beats Waldorf. Morningside over Briar Cliff, 58-17. Midland over Hastings, 24-9. And then Dordt beats Dakota Wesleyan 66-7.
All right, checking major college football. We'll get a couple of scores here. Coach Micheletti making his way up here. Coach Micheletti's making his way here. I'd like to remind you our post-game interview brought to you by Conklin Distributing. Packed with essential vitamins and nutrients, Rise Fuel gives you the power to push harder, go faster, and perform better Fuel your ambition and unleash your potential with Rise Fuel. Coach, congratulations on the victory today. You got off to a good start, Coach. The big lead, but Waldorf didn't give up, and they managed to get some decent drives on you in the second half.
Yeah, there was a lot that Coach Chappa and I kind of talked about. He's a good friend of mine. I knew that they were going to have some fight in them, and that was his main thing, to make sure they improved on from last year. It was like that no-quit stuff. So very impressed with their improvements from year to year. A lot of that stuff. We had that little bit there in the second half there where fumbled the ball, personal foul, onside kick. You know, that stuff bugs me, that we got to make sure we clean that part up a little bit.
Now, Coach, your defense in the second half was on the field for a very, very long time with the plays you just mentioned there with the onside kick and the penalties. It just seemed like your defense did rise to the occasion. But, boy, I mean, they kind of, I'm sure that they're going to be tired on the bus ride back home.
Yeah, we got a long way home, so they can be able to rest up a little bit and then get home and go to bed and then wake up and ready to get after it again. So,
well, let's talk about getting after it again, because now you got Northwestern. You got a top 10 team in the nation coming into your place next week. What can you tell me about them and how you're going to prep this week?
Yeah, very excited to be home. I'm sure you guys are too.
Yeah.
But no, they very talented team as usual. Their defense is very similar to it's been in the years past, even with a new defensive coordinator over there. It's been a guy that ran the system. Coach Moser's a new DC, guy that ran in the system as a linebacker. Now he's calling it himself. So a guy that knows the defense through and through. Got a very good defensive line. Two of those guys there in the middle are some of the two of the best in the country. So we got to make sure that we continuously, improve to make sure that we're going to play the best opponent we've played all year, and being able to have a top 10 team at home for our home opener, I mean, that's also exactly what you want, for the fans, for the team, for everybody to kind of see where we're at. And I'm excited for it. I know they had a bye week, so that gives us the advantage as long as we came out healthy, which I think we did. James ended up being fine, so everything seemed to be good.
Yeah, that was one of the questions I have, because James was down on the field for a long time, but it's good to hear that he's okay, and hopefully he'll be good to go next week against Northwestern. Defensively, what did you see positive, and what do you need to work on defensively?
Yeah, defensively, there were some guys that stepped up. My man Bryson Mitchell was gone today for a wedding at a sister, so got some other opportunities for some guys to step up. I saw Delonte Dickey did an awesome job starting today. Zane Grigorovich, Cam Jones got a sack today. So having those guys up front being able to start it for us, being able to get that nice pick on the sideline from Arthur Oliver. I'd like to see a few more turnovers to get the momentum going from our defense, giving it back to our offense. But overall, very pleased. Cole Cripps had a heck of a game, number 11 there. That's exactly what we've been kind of waiting on for him since he transferred over. So very excited for this team. We're ready to break down the film and see where we can improve next.
Let's talk about your running backs. We talked in the pregame about how they were going to be big in this game. Our stats aren't fully accurate right now, but I can tell you Malachi Hartz went just over the century mark, and Kyle Hirsch somewhere right about that as well. Those two guys combining for about 200 yards together on the ground only. And then they got a couple passes. Hirsch had a touchdown receiving.
Yeah, those guys are dangerous, and everybody wants to concentrate on Malachi in between the tackles and Kyle out in space, and you forget about him on the other side, and letting Kyle be able to run through the tackle, especially to be able to end the game. A lot of that stuff, those guys are very talented, and they help keep each other healthy too, because if all those guys are taking all those hits and all those carries the whole time, it'd be tough to last the whole season. So those guys are yin and yang, or thunder lightning, everybody else calls them. So it's nice to have those guys going, and offensive line, continuously improving. There was a little bit of a lull there for in the second half, and had a little chat on the sideline, got fired up, went back out there, and everything got corrected. So
Thunder and Lightning, they call them, huh? That's
I guess,
the team?
Yeah.
I like that.
That's a call back to the Saints when they had Chuck Muncie and Tony Galbraith, which was a heck of a 1-2 punch back in the day for the Saints. Yes, I know I'm that old. Hey, talk about that touchdown pass to Broadnax. That was a perfectly thrown ball, a well-executed play. Take us through that, Coach.
Yeah, it was one of those where by the formation right at the beginning, you realize, like, man, we're going to get man coverage, so love Rodney one-on-one. It's very hard for anybody to stick with him and his speed, and then he's got his height and all that to complement it. Rugby and him have been connecting since rugby's redshirt year, so they have a good chemistry, and it's starting to show.
All right, Coach, thanks a bunch for your time tonight, and good luck next week against Northwestern.
Safe travels back, guys.
Thank you. Coach John Mleti, head coach for the Mount Marty Lancers. Lancers victorious today, 35-10 over the Waldorf Warriors. We're in the middle of the Gerstner Royal scoreboard. Let's get back to that here from major college football. Of course, the big game today was in the state of Iowa, and Iowa State beats Iowa on a long field goal, 16-13, Cyclones with the win. Baylor in double overtime upsets number 17 SMU 48-45. That was another big score from today. Otherwise, a lot of blowouts in college football among the top 25 teams. A final, Clemson had to come from behind. Number 8 team in the country beats Troy 27-16. Georgia, a tough win over Austin P 28-6. And some games in progress. Oklahoma ahead near halftime over Michigan 7-0. Mississippi State near halftime in front of Arizona State, number 12 in the land, 17-10. Those are some of the scores that we have on the Gerstner Oil scoreboard. Let's move on now to our move of the game, brought to you by Mason Schramm. Are you buying or selling? Move with Mason in the Move Group. I'm going to move the game. I'm going to go on that touchdown pass.
Rodney Broadnax, absolutely. That post route way down the middle of the field. 34 yards, I believe.
Yes, it was.
Rugby Riken just way downfield. Perfect ball right in the breadbasket of the speedy wide receiver. Touchdown Lancers, and that's what gave them a 14-0 lead to start the game. It was beautiful.
And that is our move of the game. Now we move on to our Lancer player of the game, brought to you by Avera. Avera Health. Visit avera.org today. Kind of a tough one here because we had so many players making some good plays, solid plays, but we're going to go with Kyle Hirsch, the running back who had a touchdown reception, ran the ball very well today. Again, it was a good team effort, but we're going to go with Kyle Hirsch at running back.
Yeah, that makes sense, honestly. Kyle Hirsch, once again, we talked about his stats not being completely accurate, so we're going to have to wait a couple days to see if he hit that century mark or not, but he's right about at that mark, plus the receiving touchdown. He was a threat all game long. Very, very good day for him.
And with that, we will wrap things up here from a chilly Forest City, Iowa, where the temperature is cold. I'm in my heavy windbreaker, and I'm shivering. And Tehl is in a t-shirt, but a polo shirt and shorts. And I don't know how you have not turned into an icicle already.
Man, it's been cold, I tell you what. We were stuck outside here today on short notice, and it is what it is, but we got the game done, and Lancers get the win, 35-10.
Yep, and next week, the kickoff back at our normal time, 1 o'clock pregame at high noon. Northwestern, the opponent, that will be at Crane Youngworth Field. And Tehl, who is our broadcast engineer today?
Daniel back at the studio. We got to love that man, and he has been doing incredible. Daniel Dykstra, thank you for keeping things on lock for us.
All right, and thank you to all the sponsors that make these broadcasts of Mount Marty sports happen. And it's not just the football. We got volleyball season is underway, too. And what's happening with Mount Marty Athletics here as we're kind of hitting the stride in the fall sports season?
Yeah, the volleyball teams had a good start to the year. They're 6-4 overall. They did have their conference opener today. They did fall to one of the top teams in the nation in Concordia, I believe top 5, 3-0 in straight sets. But they will have another game on Wednesday down in Fremont against Midland.
All right, it is that time of year, and make sure you check out Mount Marty's webpage to keep up on all the Lancer athletics. And Tehl, you got some shows coming up here to set the stage.
Absolutely. We're going to talk more with the Mount Marty volleyball team on Monday. I'm going to have their head coach, Sophia Lobo-Pies, in the booth from 5:30 to 6 with a couple of her athletes as well, talking all about the volleyball program and getting to know a few of them. Make sure you tune in to KYNT and KYNTV's The Lancer Locker on Monday evening at 5:30.
All right, and again, thank you to all the sponsors that makes these broadcasts possible. Again, our final score, 35-10, Mount Marty prevails over Waldorf. We're going to wrap up the Aztec post-game show for Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum signing off from Forest City, Iowa. You've been listening to Mount Marty Football right here on KYNT. Good night, everybody.
Thank you for listening to Lancer Athletics on KYNT, a Riverfront sports property and Yankton's home team. Be sure to subscribe to the KYN-TV YouTube page and hit the notification bell so you never miss the action. You can also find KYNT on Facebook, X, Instagram, and online. Remember, KYNT is your home for Lancer